The blood plague monster reduces all attributes by 70%. The power of that ancient god is truly terrifying. The people over there, despite continuously taking recovery potions, are completely ineffective. Don't even mention potions, even evil magic for recovery is useless. This debuff cannot be dispelled, truly making one feel uncomfortable. This sensation is even worse than death. On Yiwu's side, all attributes are reduced by 70% due to the influence of the ancient god's power. The current situation is truly difficult. Suddenly, Wu Wenshu stepped up in front of him and said, "Weren't you supposed to be very strong? Yet, in the face of the blood plague's power, you can only sit back and wait for death." "Out of my pride, I didn't want to use this move, but you forced my hand. Now, all that remains in me is fury towards you. As long as I can kill you, I will lose nothing." Yiwu angrily questioned, "If it's already fury toward me, then aim for me directly. Why drag others into this?" Wu Wenshu sneered and replied, "You're about to die, and you still dare to teach me how to act? As long as I can kill you, what does the life or death of others have to do with me?" He stuck out his long tongue and continued, "Don't worry, I won't kill you just yet. I want to torment those you care about first, so you can experience both physical and emotional pain." Suddenly, a blinding blue light appeared behind him. "Don't talk too much, it's easy to get hit in the face, and I'm an expert at hitting others in the face," he said, looking at Yiwu with a cold smile. "Under the suppression of ancient god power, do you still want to struggle?" Yiwu replied confidently, "Isn't it just ancient god power? That power shines down from the sky to where I'm standing. Let's see whose ancient god power is stronger." Immediately, the ancient god reunited appeared. His authoritative voice echoed, "Human, you summoned me to deal with what trouble? Don't let it be too trivial, or I won't be pleased." A witness to this scene shouted, "It's the ancient god. Another ancient god has appeared. Next, it will surely be a showdown between gods." The other person, unafraid, laughed loudly, "This ancient god is exactly what I wanted to snatch from you in the first place, but I failed. Great, this time I'll settle old scores along with new ones." Yiwu looked at the ancient god reunited and asked, "Can you resolve the imminent danger?" The ancient god reunited frowned and replied, "You dare summon me without knowing my abilities? Are you underestimating me? Isn't it just dealing with something trivial? This is simple." The ancient god looked at Jubino and said, "Although I too am controlled by humanity, it seems you are worse off than I am. Jubino, after thousands of years, you have been tortured by humans into this state. It truly brings disgrace to our ancient god clan." Jubino's brother coldly replied, "What do you know? If it weren't to protect my people, I wouldn't have fallen to this plight." The ancient god sneered, "So you justify yourself by claiming it's for your people. But to me, that's just weakness. 2,530 years ago, you made a mistake, and now you continue to sink deeper." Jubino frowned, his eyes filled with rage. "Do you think you are superior? If you were truly so powerful, why would you allow yourself to be controlled by humans?" The ancient god lowered his voice, pondering, "True, I am also under control. But unlike you, I refuse to become their tool." The conversation between the two deities grew increasingly tense, as the air around them seemed to freeze. The whole group was astonished. The ancient god then spoke, "Jubinos, before me, you are merely a younger brother. But this is reasonable, as your rank is inherently lower than mine. Even if you taint this entire dungeon, I can still transform this dungeon into the space I desire." Yiwu suddenly exclaimed, "Why didn't you say so earlier? You can even change the whole world?" The ancient god replied, "That depends on you. If you are strong enough, I can make it happen." The guy Wu Wenshu remained unafraid, saying, "It really is about trying to look cool. Even summoning the ancient god is like this. I see that the ancient god you summoned has no attacking power, only knows tricks like transforming space." Suddenly he pointed at Jubinos. "The weapon that binds the ancient god reduces most of its strength, freeing 50% of Jubino's power." He thrust forcefully, causing Jubinos to scream in pain. Wu Wenshu laughed maniacally. Transform away. You all keep transforming. I can make Jubinos unleash even more pollution. The ancient god looked coldly at his brother, who was screaming, Jubinos, having fallen into the hands of humans and become the pitiful shape you are now, you can only blame your own weakness. However, the ancient god was silently thinking, just like I was at the beginning, I was controlled by infinity and subjected to numerous experiments. Thus, it seems that being defeated by Yiwu is not such a bad thing after all. At least Yiwu's humanity is commendable. Wu Wenshu shouted, What's this? Have you run out of tricks and decided to give up? Well, congratulations to all of you, you all must die here. Suddenly, Yiwu attacked him, you are really too noisy. Immediately, Wu Wenshu fainted. Yiwu looked at him and said, just lie down on the ground obediently and don't steal the spotlight. A man standing nearby felt confused, what's wrong with Yiwu? Why did he only knock Wu Wenshu out? Why not just kill him directly? Shui, he added, that's right, even I want to kill him. Yiwu stepped forward, speaking calmly, Yiwu does everything with a purpose and intention. We just need to wait for the results. Then, he turned to Jubinos, I know you must be in great pain now, filled with a burning desire for revenge. But as long as you agree to follow me, I will save you and give you the chance to take your revenge. Yiwu looked at the man bound by strange energy ropes and said, you cannot save me. Even if you can free me from all the binding weapons on me, I will still die. These things not only control me but also sustain my life. The ancient god behind him spoke up, Yiwu, I understand very well that you desire the power of the ancient gods even more. But given Jubino's current situation, you should abandon that idea. Having two ancient gods within you is already lucky enough. It's best if I free Jubino. Yiwu smirked and replied, just having one ancient god is not enough. My goal is to capture all 13 ancient gods. This statement astonished the ancient god, Yiwu's ambitions are too great. He asked, how do you plan to resolve Jubino's situation? Yiwu coldly responded, no matter what method I use. Now I only have one question for you, if I can save you, would you be willing to follow me? Jubino remained silent for a long time before replying, as long as you can save me and also help me take revenge on the one who has tormented me, then I will follow you. Yiwu laughed, snapped his fingers, and said, then, it's settled. Suddenly he said, now I will come to save you immediately. Jubino was astonished, right now I cannot control the pollution power that keeps increasing. The closer you come to me, the more dangerous it becomes for you. The ancient god also agreed. Yiwu replied, Jubino is right. Even with my power to protect you, if you get too close to a source of such a massive pollution power, your body will also be affected. At this moment, the system abruptly switched to mad account mode. Immediately, Yiwu broke the chains, using mechanical management skills to relieve most of the mechanical devices restraining Jubino, only keeping some essential parts to maintain life. Jubino exclaimed in surprise, I have regained control over my body and my power. Which divine entity are you that can break these restraining devices that I couldn't escape from by myself? The ancient god was taken aback, Mafagape, oh my. I truly underestimated this guy. Jubino knelt before Yiwu and solemnly declared, as an ancient god, I speak and I will do it. This Jubino was willing to obey your command. The system announced, successfully subdued. Jubino has been integrated into the system as a magic item. The current host now possesses 3 ancient gods. He said, not in a hurry, let's change that Hotman account first, Yiwu said in a deep voice. Jubino, now you can go for revenge. Jubino opened his eyes. Wu Wenshu was kneeling on the ground, panicking, Jubino, what are you going to do? Wu Wenshu shouted in anger, hurry up and unleash the power of the plague for me, kill everyone here. However, Jubino coldly replied, the one who should die is you. I will use the most brutal and painful methods to torment you. Wu Wenshu couldn't believe it, exclaiming, what? I can't believe you dare to disobey my orders. No, why has the restraint weapon on you disappeared? He immediately turned and fled, muttering, how could this be? That was the secret weapon that the Eastern region had researched for decades to obtain. Jubino shouted, chasing after him, "Where do you think you're going? The pain I have to endure, I will return to you 100-fold." Immediately, Wu Wenshu screamed in pain as the corrosive power consumed him. He cried out, "It hurts. I refuse to accept this, I can't die like this. I still have to kill Yi Wu." Yi Wu stood to one side, observing calmly and said, "Do you still want to kill me? You'll just have to wait in line until your next life." The system announced, successfully defeated the boss. Wu Wenshu has reached the required number of demons to kill. The host meets the conditions to open the demon realm. After that, the system continued to report, the dungeon has been unlocked, and power has been completed. You can now enter and exit at will. It's a success, we can return safely. One person joyfully exclaimed, "Thank goodness Yi Wu was here, otherwise this trip would have definitely been more danger than safety." The one who killed the final boss was Yi Wu. He received the following rewards: 15 million experience, 8 million, blazing demonic wings, devil emblem, Eastern District Senior Pass Level 3. At that moment, the entire team became extremely excited, all leveling up. One person sighed, "Actually, playing through the dungeon with Senior Yi Wu was really enjoyable." What started as a life and death situation turned into a leveling journey thanks to Senior. That's right, another person echoed, "Although we lost a few members, this trip was certainly worth it. Even we made a significant gain and got some top-tier equipment." A few members of Phoenix were extremely upset. "The captain is gone, what good will upgrading do for us? How will our Phoenix team survive in the future?" Yi Wu saw this and stepped closer, saying, "The matter here has concluded, let's go." The captain of the mercenaries immediately stepped forward, "We can't just let them go like this. Otherwise, when they return to the East region, they will definitely send someone to take revenge." Yi Wu replied calmly, "They have surely reported the situation here long ago. If I dared to kill Wu Wenshu, I would not fear the East region coming for revenge." Mu Zi turned back with a reluctant expression, asserting firmly, "I will never allow Yi Wu to be assassinated by the East region. After we return, I will definitely monitor every move of the East region. The authority of the demon realm has been opened. You can use demon blood jade to enter the demon realm at any time." Yi Wu's expression was very serious. He said, "Now is not the time to enter there are still 2 matters that need to be resolved." The old professor standing behind looked at everyone with a thoughtful gaze. He thought, even Wu Wenshu, who uses the ancient god, cannot suppress Yi Wu. This kid will sooner or later become the greatest threat to the East region. The old man tried to run away, using the machine to create a teleportation door, but now is not the time to think about these things. I must quickly leave here to avoid their revenge. Suddenly, the machine exploded. That's it, the teleportation device has been destroyed. The old man panicked. Yi Wu noticed and walked over, his gaze cold. "You can't go anywhere." The old man grimaced, his voice tinged with fear. "Yi Wu, do you really want to hunt me down and kill me? We have no enmity between us." Seeing that it wasn't working, the old man changed his tone to plead, "Wait, don't act hastily. We can negotiate. Yi Wu, don't you love money? I am willing to pay a large sum to buy my way out. Moreover, I can recommend you to the East region. With your strength, you can definitely establish yourself there." The old professor continued to plead, his tone persuasive, "I know quite a few people in the East region. If you spare me, I will fully support you, helping you become the top figure in the East region's battle team. I usually do not participate in such matters, but this time, I am willing to stand by your side." Yi Wu looked at the old man, his gaze sharp. "What you say to me is useless. We indeed have no enmity. But the ones who have a grudge against you are these 2 beautiful ladies. If you want to live, you must ask if they agree." The old man's face immediately became stiff. He said, "That's right, your target for revenge shouldn't be me. I am only acting under orders. All of this is the arrangement of the leadership in the East region. The benefits I just mentioned to Yiwu are also entirely suitable for the two of you. As long as you spare my life. Before he could finish his sentence, a powerful punch sent him stumbling to the ground. The two beautiful women standing beside him looked extremely tense at that moment. One replied coldly, "We don't need the benefits you're talking about. Killing you is the best benefit for us." The old professor lay on the ground, in pain, cursing, "You foolish women. The gen transformation project has been fully automated. Even if you kill me, it won't change anything. Moreover, I have reported the situation here to the leadership in the East region. You will be placed on the top of the wanted list. Especially Yiwu, he will have to face the entire East region." The expressions of the two women darkened as they heard the old man's words. He continued, "Those who are unencumbered like you may not fear death, but Yiwu is different. He has family. Are you truly willing to drag him into the abyss?" Yiwu calmly responded, "I killed Wu Wenshu. That means I already made an enemy of the East region. Adding one more enemy won't change anything. Therefore, Shuelu, Shuihe, you two don't need to worry too much." The old professor's expression changed continuously. No matter what I said, he didn't listen. Are you all crazy? Yiwu, that country bumpkin, do you have any idea how strong the East region is? The East region not only has military power but also the strongest scientific technology, controlling both ancient gods. How can you all confront the East region? Hearing these words, Yiwu became increasingly interested. You mentioned two ancient gods? Great, I have to get them. I will definitely annihilate this East region. The old man's face turned pale. Crazy. Crazy. This man is completely insane. Be human. Shuihe and Shuilu immediately flew up. Jukuan. Die. The old man immediately pulled out a syringe and injected himself. If you insist on killing me, then even if I have to die, I will drag you all down with me. If I can take just one person with me, that's enough satisfaction. Suddenly, an explosion occurred. This is the Wu Wenshu gene after it has mutated, which I secretly collected before. I will use it to take you all with me. The old man's body transformed into a bizarre octopus. He screamed, "Why? Why can't I be demonized?" Yiwu smiled and explained, "It seems that even the demon gene chooses its host. A person like you, not even the demon would cast a glance at." Each swift and precise sword strike cut through. Go die. He struggled to hold on. No, I won't accept this. I haven't completed my experiment yet. How can I die in the hands of you trash experiments? No, I will kill the head. You gain 100,000 experience points. You picked up the high-level Divine Skill Book for Genetic Modification Companion Level 2 in the East region. Shuilu stretched comfortably. I didn't expect my biggest goal to be completed so smoothly. Shuihe smiled gently. This is thanks to Yiwu being here. You two have talked more, haven't you? Now I have nothing left to accomplish. The most important thing for me is to be by Yiwu's side, helping him achieve his goals. She turned to Yiwu, her gaze full of trust. From now on we will follow you, Yiwu. What do you plan to do next? The teleportation door immediately opened. Yiwu cheerfully said, there are many things to do next. The first is to take Senior and Chang home. Senior and Chang returned to the base, where Yi Yunfei stood waiting. She couldn't hold back her tears. I'm so glad. The two sisters are finally reunited. I'm so happy for them. Annie inquired about the situation, and Chang, it's so good to see you again. And Chang, do you still remember me? It's me, your sister. And Chang looked at her with a dazed expression. Sister, I don't remember anymore. Yiwu stepped closer, gently comforting her. Senior and Chang no longer has memories of the past. I'm sorry, I cannot bring him back completely. And immediately interrupted, tears falling unexpectedly. It's okay. Finding and bringing in Chang back so quickly is already a great fortune. This is all thanks to you, Yiwu. As for his memories, I only hope that one day they can be restored. Yiwu thought to himself, Senior and Shang's memories may not be able to recover on their own. I must uncover the truth. He approached In Shang and said, Senior In Shang, you don't need to worry. My plan is to help you regain your lost memories first, and then enlist the help of people from the Breaking Bad Club to help you dispel the beast transformation state, restoring your normal human form. And Shang seemed flustered. Can you really do so much for me? When did I make a friend like you? I feel so lucky. I thought I was always someone unnoticed, unloved. Thank you, Yi Wu, for telling me everything that happened in the past so I could know. And Shang tried to probe, apart from the fact that I'm originally human, there is someone who loves me. Thank you. Yi Wu, upon witnessing this scene, couldn't help but think, Senior In Shang may have lost his memory, but he can still maintain his original personality, which is a fortunate thing. At that moment, Yi Yunfei cheerfully approached. Brother, it seems that this time you went out and returned with quite a harvest, bringing back 2 beauties. Yi Wu scratched his head, answering bashfully, this is for the plan later, the more people, the better. Yi Yunfei looked a bit suspicious. Really? But she probably doesn't think that way. Yi Wu stood awkwardly in the middle. Yunfei, you know. Shuelu interjected, her voice somewhat uneasy. Why do I feel that the current situation is a bit off? Shuelu was a bit confused. Isn't this the usual state? She shines like a star. But in her heart, she thought, Yi Wu is so outstanding, the girls around him are more than we expected. But looking at this situation, probably she can't monopolize him. The expression of Shuehe darkened. When did I say I wanted to monopolize Yi Wu? Shuelu walked while changing the subject. Let's talk about the main issue, Yi Wu. She turned back with a serious demeanor. Earlier, didn't you say you wanted to build a super secure area? What do you want me to do? I'm not a person with nothing to do. Yi Wu thought for a moment and said, through this battle, I have had a fierce confrontation with the East region. We need to accelerate the construction of the super safety area to prevent them from retaliating. The uncle happily replied, Yi Wu, you truly know no fear. You dare to provoke the East region, you are the first person to confront them head-on. I really like your unconventional style. If you need anything, just let me know. Yi Wu began discussing the plan. Currently, we have moved past the stage of attracting and developing. Instead of passively waiting for the enemy, we should take the initiative and play our cards first. After this battle, they won't declare war right away but will secretly send people to investigate me. This gives us time to prepare. He opened the guidance screen and explained, the 2 areas near Kaigo City are crucial positions for building the frontline defense station. However, there are many beasts there. Shuelu, uncle, I need you all to go clear these 2 areas. Both of them listened and eagerly said, you just arrange it, we will follow your orders. No problem at all. Another person added, during this time here, I've just been drinking, not doing any exercise at all. If this goes on, I feel like I'm going to die of boredom. At that moment, Shuehe slowly stepped forward and said, Yi Wu, what about me? If there's anything needed, I can also lend a hand. Yi Wu immediately divided the tasks. Of course, I also have a task for you. Shuehe, you and Baby Beetle stay at the base and remain vigilant, ready to deal with any dimensional rifts in the sky, should any unknown intrusions appear. Yi Wu continued, Nana, you go to Kaigo City to lead the construction efforts there. This is very important, and nothing must go wrong. Nana replied, her demeanor still calm, is this task too simple? Understood. After that, Yi Wu turned to give instructions to the others, Yunfei and Shishi. You two will work together with La Fong and his team to eliminate low-level monsters and wild dungeons in the areas surrounding the safe zone. You need to quickly accumulate levels and combat experience so that you can be more effective in battles. Yunfei excitedly said, you can count on us. We will definitely complete the mission. After completing the task assignments, Yi Wu murmured to himself, System, how much time is left before the forced summoning of the Shadow King? The system replied, there are 12 hours left. However, if the host enters the demon realm before this time, even if time is surpassed, they will still need to wait until they exit the demon realm before being forcibly summoned by the Shadow King. Yi Wu nodded, telling himself, then there are no more issues. Yi Wu immediately stepped into the dimensional demonic teleportation portal. He told himself, I should set off now. A voice rang out from the system, warning, warning. Threat detected at the base, anomalous intrusion. Shui Lu approached him, her face full of worry. Yi Wu, what do you want to do? I can sense a powerful evil energy emanating from this portal, more oppressive than the demons in the dungeon last time. Yi Wu smiled reassuringly, there's no need to worry. System, silence the warning. The alarm stopped, but Yi Yunfei still looked at him anxiously. Brother, that portal is very dangerous. Do you really want to go? Shui He also tried to dissuade him. That's right, Yi Wu. With consecutive battles like this, your stamina won't be able to handle it. Yet Yi Wu remained calm. I have to go. Because inside could contain the lost memories of Senior Chang. Annie hurried over, her eyes filled with concern. Memories of Chang? Yi Wu, I'll go with you. Yi Wu gently declined. No. You and Senior Chang have just reunited, you should stay at the base with him. Don't worry, I'll handle it by myself. Having said that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a gaze filled with concern. He looked back, smiling lightly. Don't worry, I'll be back. The people outside reminded him, their voices mixed with hope and anxiety. If Yi Wu has made up his mind, then we all support him. Remember to be careful. Go early and come back early, we will wait for you. Inside the dungeon demon realm, Yi Wu looked around. Oh, I didn't expect you to be so hospitable, fighting to clear the way to welcome me. A monster slowly appeared. Huh, human, you finally came. A host of other monsters growled and charged out. This dimension unlocked the ultimate form of the demon destroyer, lifting account restrictions. All skills in the account could be used. Yi Wu immediately used evil magic. The decision is yours, Jabino. The ultimate form of the demon destroyer was activated. A massive amount of experience was freely offered, and I had no reason to refuse. After some time of battle, the monsters were left as scattered bones on the ground. Yi Wu sat on the pile of bones, sighing in relief. The demon realm has been 80% exterminated. I've gained 200 million experience. Ahead, a gigantic ruined holy temple appeared. This was the residence of the evil ancient god. The host may enter the system announced. Yi Wu stood up, looking around, not in a hurry. After continuous battles, my body is nearing its limits. I need to rest for a while. He took out the devil bell, using 10,000 collected evil souls to exchange for a divine grade artifact with the demon merchant. The demon merchant slowly emerged. Long time no see, my human friend. You summoned me, it seems you finally wish to take care of my business, right? The old merchant unexpectedly exclaimed, Heavens, you are really cool. Where have you run off to? Don't summon me in such a dangerous environment. He sniffed around suspiciously. Yi Wu interrupted, Hey, what are you sniffing at? In here, apart from the smell of blood, what else is there? The old merchant frowned and replied with an angry expression, No, apart from the smell of blood, I can also smell the essence of the Demon King. Hearing this, Yi Wu asked in confusion, How do you know that it's the scent of the Demon King? Are you closely acquainted with him? The old merchant became flustered, immediately stammering, About that. Is it something I should tell you? What a hassle. Alright, since you have come here with such sincerity, I will show great compassion and tell you. Listen carefully. He lowered his voice and began to recount. I was originally under the Demon King's command, serving as the manager of the treasures of the Dark Realm. But after the Demon King died and vanished, the Dark Lands fell into chaos. I had to use the dimensional vault to take the treasures with me, in case others tried to snatch them away. Yi Wu frowned, his attitude filled with confusion. Hey, don't try to twist your greed into something noble like that. The old merchant chuckled softly and replied, You may doubt my character, but don't question my professional skills. The old man pointed at Yi Wu with sharp eyes. He said, I have sensed the energy of the Demon King in this dimension, which proves that someone has died here. The demon blood jade in your hand has led you here, indicating that you are the one chosen by the Demon King to inherit his power. Yiwu frowned, his voice full of sarcasm. I don't believe your nonsense. The old man remained unfazed, continuing to speak as he threw a small jade vial towards Yiwu. Inside this vial is a special blood. You should drop this blood onto the demon blood jade, and the truth will be revealed. Yiwu caught the jade vial with a skeptical expression. Ai Vis, who stood beside Yiwu, looked intrigued. Master, I have checked the spectrum of this demon merchant, he is not lying. Yiwu opened the vial and dropped a drop of blood onto the gem in his hand. Suddenly, the demon blood jade shone brilliantly. The old man continued, his voice full of solemnity. This is the blood of the Demon King, a type of blood that has absorbed his energy. The demon blood jade has gathered all the necessary elements to recreate the image of the Demon King. A magnificent image gradually emerged from the light of the gem. A deep voice echoed, Treasure's manager Nephi, welcome the king. Yiwu stood in shock, staring at the image before him. Finally, the Demon King had truly appeared. He said, the demon blood jade chose you? Why is it a human? But it doesn't matter anymore. The fact that you were chosen proves that you are definitely not an ordinary person. Moreover, your ability to reach the place where I was killed further demonstrates that you have not disappointed me. You truly are the one that the demon blood jade trusts. Yiwu turned around and challenged, is it possible that you were killed by the ancient god? The Demon King immediately replied, correct. I was equal in power to it, but it ambushed me. The Demon King's expression became unusual. I thought I was wicked enough, cruel enough, but unexpectedly, there was someone even more vicious. Before I died, I gathered all my strength, condensing it into the demon blood jade, and then tossed it into a random dimension. If you possess the blood jade, you are qualified to inherit this immense power. However, there is a prerequisite, you must kill the ancient god for me. The system appeared with the mission, the dungeon kill or capture the devil ancient. Upon completing the mission, all of the Demon King's power within the blood jade will be transferred to a special account. Yiwu pondered for a moment, then seriously replied, I accept this mission. The Demon King became cheerful and said, very good, you have guts. It seems that the blood jade did not choose the wrong person. Then, with a satisfied expression, the Demon King continued, I have finally completed my mission, and now I will vanish, but facing my heir, you surely know what to do. Nephi was extremely excited and bowed to say, I understand, to help you defeat the devil ancient god, all items in the treasure vault will be reduced by 50%, and if you succeed, all items will indefinitely be reduced by 10%. Suddenly, the earth shook violently, causing Nephi to panic. Not good. Could it be that the Demon King's blood energy has alarmed the devil ancient god? Meanwhile, Yiwu stood confidently, facing the devil ancient god who had just appeared in a loud explosion, calmly saying, just in time, I was about to seek you out. The chaotic devil ancient god Aradia, towering high above, spoke judgment, human, do you really dare to come before me? This makes me look at you somewhat differently, but unfortunately, even with capability, you do not know your own limits and dare to actively offer your life. After saying that, Aradia summoned rumbling lightning to attack downwards, but then stopped and said, if you hand over the demon blood jade, I might reconsider my intention to kill you and give you a chance to live. Nephi, frightened, dodged and cold sweat ran down, filled with worry. Nephi thought, what a danger, we were almost hit. Aradia said, with a seductive voice, I will turn you into a demon just one rank lower than myself, so you can assist me in becoming the lord of the world. You will gain immortality and become an existence that millions will look up to. As soon as she finished speaking, the other demons all knelt down in reverence before Yiwu. Aradia continued to prattle on, power, status, immortality. These things, no matter how hard humans try, they can never attain. But now, as long as you agree, everything will be within your grasp. Yiwu pretended to contemplate, responding, it is indeed very tempting. If you can answer a few of my questions, I will seriously consider your proposal. Nephi stood beside them, agape, unable to say a word. Oh my god, just a moment ago you agreed to help the king take revenge. Now can you hold on to some principles? Aradia laughed loudly, ha, you are indeed interesting. Clearly, a human, yet you are as skilled in scheming as demons like us. Don't you want to extract information from me? I will accept, for I am also very curious. A human who is not swayed by power, authority, or immortality like you, what exactly do you want to ask? Yiwu crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, if you can kill the Demon King, you must be quite powerful. Why then are you still imprisoned in the demon realm? And do all the ancient gods separated by the demon destroyer have similar limitations? Aridia replied with interest, you even know the origin of us ancient gods, indeed, you have some skills. Right from your arrival, you are asking such sharp questions, truly testing the limits of my patience. But since you asked, I will provide you the answer. Aridia explained, as you mentioned, the 13 ancient gods separated by the demon destroyer are all confined in different random dimensions. Depending on the strength of each dimension, the abilities of the ancient gods will also vary. However, no matter how powerful an ancient god may be, they cannot break through the dimensional walls. He elaborated, this is because before his death, the one who shattered the shadow of the stars of the demon destroyer set up a pledge. The purpose was to prevent the 13 ancient gods from merging into one. Then, Aridia suddenly revealed his ambition, but I believe that we ancient gods can never break through this dimensional layer. Aridia concluded with intensity, in terms of origin, it is because my power is not strong enough, not grasping the true strength. That is why I began to cultivate the Demon King. I secretly became the source of power behind him, helping him become king. Meanwhile, the Demon King was completely unaware. I only waited for the Demon King to mature, then I would kill him to obtain the ultimate power, thus breaking through to the dimensional. Aridia was furious. Originally, everything was going smoothly, but when the time came for me to strike and kill the Demon King, before dying, he transformed his power into demon blood jade and threw it into a random dimensional. Aridia pointed at Yiwu, but now you have brought that power back to me. Therefore, I did not kill you immediately upon meeting but gave you a chance. Yiwu was intrigued, there are so many hidden matters in this story. It truly expands my understanding of ancient gods. Nephi was stunned, thinking to himself, turns out the Demon King was merely a pawn of this ancient god. Yiwu asked loudly, what is your goal in seeking to break through to the dimensional? Or what is the purpose of your ancient gods? Do you all share a common goal? Aridia opened her mouth and said, we are split off from the demon destroyer. Each person inherits a unique trait and personality, so how can our purpose be the same? I inherit the power of chaos. Chaos is the origin that engulfs all things, and it can be said that I have received a more perfect inheritance than the 12 ancient gods. She raised her hand to the sky, and power gradually accumulated in her palm. That's why I have reached the ultimate power, breaking through dimensional boundaries, while simultaneously absorbing the power of the ancient gods. I use my will to become the sole master. I want to merge everything, bringing myself back to the demon destroyer, fulfilling the unfinished will, to destroy the entire universe and all dimensions. Yiwu, upon hearing this, felt his mentality waver, so this is how to use the ultimate power of the ancient gods. It feels like I have just discovered some very important information. A question suddenly arose in Yiwu's heart, gathering the 13 ancient gods to unlock the ultimate king that the system once mentioned, could it be the demon destroyer? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Yiwu immediately asked, System, are you allied with the ancient gods, making me collect them to unlock the demon destroyer? Then control me to destroy everything? The system immediately reminded, Host, please stop your unrealistic associations. What does destroying the world to leave nothing mean? I absolutely will not engage in such foolish acts. After Aridia finished speaking, she turned back to the main issue. I have answered your 2 questions. Now it's your turn to respond to my proposition. What is your answer? Yiwu bluntly replied, your goal is to destroy the world. But for me, there are many people in this world that I care about. I cannot allow you to destroy it. Yiwu, filled with righteousness, resolutely rejected, my answer is no. Paths that differ cannot work together. Aridia was furious, refusing? You have no right and power to refuse. You should know that only immortality and power are what matter the most. Everything else is merely passing travelers. A moment later, the system announced that the ultimate form of demon destroyer had been activated for the host. In this new state, Yiwu was ready to fight. There was no other choice, only power could decide who held the authority over life and death. Aridia, proud, said, "You also possess power, which is very rare. I truly do not want to kill you." Suddenly, Yiwu was tightly bound by something and found himself kneeling. He was confused. What is happening? His body seemed to be suddenly controlled by a force, unable to resist kneeling. Aridia explained, "This is the demon crown. With it, I can command and control all demons." Yiwu tried to remain calm, but couldn't help feeling anxious. "I am being controlled, which is one thing. But you are human, how can you be affected as well?" His body trembled. A thought flashed through his mind, this is not good. The true form of the demon destroyer is a demon. That is why I am being controlled. It seems that this devil ancient god is even more difficult to deal with than I imagined. In front of him were 4 demons of the evil elite type, Yibu Xiang, level 210, strength and health both full. Hureni, level 210, strength and health full. Needle, level 210, also lacking nothing. Finally, Zai Shueshao, level 210, in a similar condition. Aridia looked down at Yiwu with arrogance, her voice cold. "I have long discovered that your source of power also comes from demons. But I have the demon crown. No matter how powerful you are, you will still be under my control." She extended her hand. "Now, I command you to hand over the demon blood jade to me." Yiwu lost control, pulled out an object, causing Nephi to panic and scream, pleading, "Don't! If the ancient devil god gets the demon blood jade, everything will be over. When it breaks through the dimensional wall, the entire spacetime and dimensional fabric of the world will face disaster." Chaos erupted around them, screams echoed. Aridia sneered, her voice cold, "All your struggles and resistance are meaningless. Whether you live or die, you will serve me." "Ha ha." Yiwu stepped forward, slightly curling his lips, "You guys are quite something." The system notification rang out, "The demon destroyer account form has been lifted." Yiwu gasped, a mocking smile on his lips, "Just letting you enjoy a little." "Do you really think I would hand over the demon blood jade?" Aridia was taken aback, suspicious. "What? Impossible. How could your demonic power escape the command of the crown?" Yiwu quickly regained his composure, coldly replying, "The demonic power certainly cannot escape. But since when did I say I only possess this type of power? I can devise countless ways to deal with you, even without having to act personally." Aridia burst into loud laughter. "Ha! You are indeed somewhat clever to think of abandoning demonic power. But not by much. Naive human. Abandoning demonic power will only make you die faster, because the rule of this dimension is that only demons can survive." Yiwu immediately conjured a pair of wings and mocked, "If I were truly naive, could I have lived this long?" The demon wings had the ability to freely traverse the demon realm, which infuriated Aridia. She yelled, "Kiddo, you're still waiting for a countermove." Then the devil ordered, "Go kill him. Steal back the demon blood jade for me." The system immediately announced, "Demon wings in the demon realm receive an additional attribute boost. Speed increases by 500%. Yiwu secretly calculated, "Then which account should I use to fight? Or should I use the MOC account to go all out and become a demon destroyer for once?" Just then, AI Vis appeared and protested, "Master, given the current battle situation, MOC's abilities are too limited." Yiwu, while sprinting for his life, took out the divine level gene modification skill book and analyzed the situation. He looked at the pile of corpses on the ground and asked, "Why is that? AI Vis, don't you see that the countless demon corpses below are my battle power?" The system announced again, "The divine level gene modification skill book has been used. The host has received a new title, Master of Biological Scientific Engineering. This title allows the modification of living beings' genes without limits, severing inherent attributes and fusing any matter into new attributes. However, this is a highly dark and forbidden scientific technique, requiring careful use. Then a giant hand stretched out, grabbing an evil elite. The man cried out, Then he was crushed. Around them, the sound of screams echoed, the evil elite has been killed. A gigantic demon carried a gigantic sword. Everyone fearfully asked each other, what on earth is this that its majesty and aura can even be compared to our god? Aivis delightedly said, Project, Forging, Gem, Enchantment. Merge the demon's corpse with the remaining architectural metal, and utilize all the titles of MOC to transform this devil giant. The master's mind is truly like a black hole. Even when attacked, this demon showed no signs of damage. Furthermore, it continuously fired upon that group. That group shouted, Why are our attacks completely ineffective? Then this demon unleashed magical attacks against them. Terrified, they begged Aridia, God, please come to our aid. Aridia had no choice but to intervene, slashing through several strands, a useless bunch of trash, their death is not regrettable. Aridia looked up, feeling emotional, on the contrary, this giant demon fits my taste perfectly. Now, I command you to obey. However, instead of submitting, the demon threw a straight punch at Aridia's face. The unexpected strike left Aridia stunned. He wondered, how can a demon resist the command of the demon crown? At that moment, Yiwu appeared, majestically standing on the shoulders of the fallen demon. He coldly said, This demon is dead, how can it obey your orders? Aridia, furious and blushing with embarrassment, slashed down with all his might, but his sword was blocked by the demon. The rage surged, Aridia yelled, Human! You have successfully challenged my limits of patience. I will absolutely not let this go. Die for me. Aridia gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred, just a puppet made from corpses and garbage, and yet you dare to stop me. The demon immediately reacted, striking with such force that Aridia was dazed. He couldn't believe what was happening. How is this possible? Its power can rival mine? Just then, Nephi appeared, curious and asked, Fighting evenly with my demon king? How can a human like you manage that? Yiwu smiled, his voice full of confidence, because, in addition to using a large number of demon corpses for reconstruction, I also added the 10,000 souls of demons that I had previously collected. Nephi asked in confusion, Evil spirit, don't you want to use that to exchange items with me? Yiwu sneered, didn't you just say you wanted to give me a 90% discount? Nephi retorted, well, you still need to wait until you become the demon king before we can talk about that. Suddenly, Nephi realized something, wait. Even after witnessing the might of the devil ancient god, you still want the chaotic ancient god to appear. As a human, you managed to create such a powerful demon, you are indeed extraordinary. But that's just about it. The chaotic heaven and earth swirled and shifted, the game of the one before him, the power of the god truly was nothing. This was a state where time and space were fixed in harmony, it was truly astonishing. Be careful, human. The demon merchant warned. Everything was gradually being devoured. This devil giant before him could not hold out much longer, he had to think of another way. The chaotic ancient god still grinned savagely, no matter how you try, it's useless. I am a god, and you are a human. That decides everything. Next is your time of death. Yiwu remained extremely confident, is that so? I am not someone who can be easily seen through. Furthermore, I have said that if I don't need to take action myself, then I absolutely will not intervene personally. The demon merchant was extremely panicked, you're crazy. At this point, stop pretending. While the ancient god's health is only at 20%, quickly think of a way. Yiwu was completely calm, responding, I have always said 1 is 1, 2 is 2. The chaotic ancient god burst into delighted laughter, ha. So what exactly do you have in mind? Can you kill me without making a move yourself? There's a limit to boasting. You humans have intrigued me. Yiwu immediately combined 3 stones and calmly said, it's very simple, I will use these. The chaotic ancient god was very surprised. This is the thousand-eyed demon Lacus, plague of calamity attacked Jubiner, return to oneness. He felt it was unbelievable, this guy. How could it be? A human simultaneously at one time subduing three ancient gods? Lanradia grew more and more arrogant, but astonishment continually showed on his face. He yelled, "You three are indeed the disgrace of the ancient gods. A god reduced to the point of being manipulated by a human." The three ancient gods immediately retorted, "Lanradia, you are truly the most ambitious among the 13 ancient gods. But looking at your disheveled appearance now, it's better to hurry up and heed Yi Wu's words to avoid the fate of losing your soul. You underestimate Yi Wu too much. He is absolutely not just a simple human." The ancient chaotic god looked down with disdain. "You should worry about your master first. He looks like he's about to be finished. If you want to obey, it should be him listening to me." Continuous warnings echoed. Although there is no limit to the number of summons, each summon has caused significant complex damage to Yi Wu's body. Yi Wu struggled to hold on. "Don't worry, I have already considered this situation and prepared countermeasures." He quickly activated support measures, enhance all attribute resistance. Strengthen resistance to abnormal states. Activate high-level enhancement for all attributes. Increase overall recovery ability. Use abilities and special drugs from MOC. With this support, Yi Wu was confident that his body could endure a little longer. AI Vis worriedly reminded, "Even with the strongest drugs available, Master, you can only hold on for 5 minutes." Yi Wu calmly responded, 5 minutes is enough." Under Yi Wu's command, the ancient gods began to charge into battle. "In 5 minutes, defeat the devil ancient god for me. Only when they are willing to listen will I stop." On another side, the eyed demon used a petrification technique, while another ancient god launched a powerful attack. Lanradia was confused, but his teammate coldly said, "Sorry, Lanradia. Yi Wu saved my life and helped me take revenge. Since he has given the order, I must follow." The chaotic ancient god immediately used chaotic heaven and earth, gritting his teeth. "Based on low-level ancient gods like you, even with your age, you are not my opponent. The reunited ancient god, your chaotic power is indeed special, capable of devouring all things. But all things in the world coexist and restrain each other. When facing me, your chaos will turn into clarity." The chaotic ancient devil grew furious, thinking to himself, "Damn the reunited ancient god, its ability really restrains me. Why must I encounter it?" The reunited ancient god attacked while sneering, "Lanradia, Yi Wu is the one I chose. If you willingly obey him, you won't lose face after all. Why must you continuously succumb to the plague, only to be beaten to a pulp? What's the point?" These words made the chaotic ancient god extremely uncomfortable. He roared, "Enough! I am determined to destroy the world and become the only god, not a pawn for others to trample upon." The chaotic ancient god continued to bellow, "Kill me! Even if I die, I will absolutely not obey you." Yi Wu laughed with excitement. "Refusing to yield is because right now, all that fills your heart is rage. To make someone submit, you must make him feel fear. I will make you feel that." The ancient chaotic god was even more excited. He laughed, his voice full of sarcasm. "This is the craziest statement I've ever heard. In this universe, no one has ever made me feel fear." Yi Wu immediately changed the situation. "Is that so? Shadow King. Facing the nemesis that once shattered you, can you really not feel fear?" The ancient chaotic god instantly panicked. He mumbled, his voice trembling, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The ancient chaotic god began to shake. "That is the Shadow King, the one who fought for countless years against the demon destroyer. This energy, although much weaker than before, is unmistakable. But it clearly perished. Why is it appearing now? If the Shadow King has not completely perished, then it will exploit the fears in the universe to recover its strength. By that time, it will become so terrifying that it could drive anyone to despair." The chaotic god looked at the other ancient gods, who were trampling on his body. He roared, his voice filled with indignation, in the face of our greatest nemesis, you all foolishly want to die with him? We must quickly unite. While he hasn't fully matured yet, we must kill him now. He said, this time I can feel relieved. Besides, I have no interest in merging with the demon destroyer. I do not want to lose the independence I have fought so hard to achieve. That's not wrong, I also want to rely on my own consciousness and body to take revenge on the humans in the East region who have tormented me. The devil ancient chaos is losing control even more at this moment. He roared, you useless incompetent fools are acknowledging the enemy as your master. You say it sounds good, but isn't it because you are afraid of being unable to defeat him? The ancient god reunited coldly stomped down, the incompetent one is you. Understand the situation, right now you are the one being trampled under my foot. Yi Wu remained extremely patient, asking once more, I ask you one last time, obey or die? The devil ancient chaos laughed maniacally, I've already said, even if I die, I will never obey. Don't think I will be cowardly like those three and submit to you. Yi Wu could no longer hold back, using soul separation, he coldly replied, very well. I will make you experience what is called suffering worse than death. As soon as the words were spoken, the light from Yi Wu's soul ignited, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire space. The ancient god, in chaotic torment, was continuously pierced through his body. The sensation of his strength and soul being torn apart caused him unimaginable pain. Stop. It hurts so much. He cried out in despair, why, being an ancient god, can't I prevent the agony that comes from deep within my soul? He trembled, unable to endure any longer. Stop. I admit defeat. I am willing to obey you. Just please stop tearing my soul apart. His voice was hoarse, filled with desperation, now I realize the fundamental gap between us. Please spare me. I will listen to you. Yi Wu looked at him, his gaze sharp yet containing a hint of patience. Finally, he chuckled softly, retracting his power, it seems that your body is more honest than your words. If you are willing to listen, then I shall spare you first. Yi Wu extended his hand towards him, return now. As my family, I can promise that as long as you follow me and work diligently, I will help fulfill your desires. The ancient god Lanradia had finally been subdued. He was summoned into the system through the form of a magic crystal. The current host now possessed 4 ancient gods. Everything gradually detached from Yi Wu's body. The familiar feeling of suffering returned, but at least I had completed 20% of the main mission progress. The points after using the Shadow King also decreased by 20%, and this kind of suffering was still bearable. Abnormal state, shattered soul, all attributes reduced by 80%, maintained for 2 hours. Using the Shadow King for 1 minute and 30 seconds, the total cost was 900 million. Due to the main mission progress being 20% complete, the cost was reduced to 72 million. Yi Wu slowly stood up, demon realm passed through. The host system synthesized, total experience points 10 million. You have picked up the demon bracelet, demon crown. Yi Wu held the items in his hand, demon crown, such a good item has fallen out. The demon merchant behind was extremely happy, finally, we have welcomed the new king. It's just a pity that there is no high priestess to conduct the crowning ceremony for the king. Yi Wu raised the crown, no need, I can do it myself. The eyed demon was very surprised, crowning yourself? Breaking the rules like this, with such charisma, is this really the new king we have determined? If so, you will surely lead us to recreate the true glory. The heavens and the earth trembled, the demon reborn, my king, please swiftly don the crown and lead us. The crown has finally been worn. The demons of the same kin simultaneously knelt, swearing allegiance to the new king, my master, the great king. Your will is our mission. Your glory is our existence. Your command is the very essence of our being. The demon king has officially received all power. The system announced, the demon king has converted into a new special account. Master of the 10 sins, king of all demons. Ruler of the endless demon realm, possessing supreme power and authority. You are the absolute master of the demon realm. Every concept of sin is under your control. This account is a special account, capable of commanding all demons. However, to use it, the life force of enemies must be consumed, and soul fragments must be collected. After the host became the demon king, the hidden mission destiny of the king was activated. The system announced, currently, there exist 7 other supreme kings across dimensional realms. The host needs to gather information and conquer the remaining 6 kings to complete the mission. Notification system, concentrate enough to achieve the 7 supreme king titles to master all things in the world, becoming an existence that surpasses everything. The difficulty of completing the king's destined mission is extremely high, but there is no time limit. The host can check the progress at any time. In addition to the demon king, there are 6 other supreme kings. The difficulty has increased, making it even more worthy of a try. The demon merchant bowed deeply. My esteemed master, now that you have become the demon king overseeing 60,000 demons, it is time for me to present you with this treasure. Yi Wu, curious, replied, "Oh, let me see it." The demon merchant took out a key. This is the secret key of the demon king. With it, you can use the treasures in the demon's vault without restrictions. He stepped closer and whispered, "The price can be changed at will. After all, these items all belong to you. Use them however you want." Yi Wu was extremely excited. "Oh, then it can be considered free, right?" After a moment, Yi Wu returned to his normal state. "All right, this has been a fruitful expedition. It's time to leave." He thought, the demon dimension belongs to me, I can enter at any time. However, if I leave the dungeon, I will be forcibly transported to the Shadow King's world. May I ask, are you sure you want to leave the current dimension? Yi Wu confidently replied, "Exactly, I have been waiting for this moment." He was extremely excited, telling himself, "Now I have 4 ancient gods in my possession, I am not afraid of any enemies." Confirm leaving. Immediately, the teleportation gate was activated. The system announced, starting the activation of the spatial teleportation gateway. A teleportation door appeared. Yi Wu calmly stepped inside, thinking, if I can obtain the ancient god in the Shadow King's world this time, collecting enough ancient gods will advance another step. Just thinking about it makes me thrilled. At the same time, in the east region of the Alliance's war team, a meeting was summoned. A man spoke up, "I believe everyone is aware of the purpose of this meeting. The death of Wu and Shu and Juku was not a major issue, but the problem is that the one who killed them is an unknown person from the southwest region Yi Wu. Regarding this matter, I would like to hear everyone's opinions." The other elders of the east region began to express their opinions. In the past, there was intelligence from the southwest region, but at that time, no one took it seriously. Who would have thought that kid would be so formidable? A mere kid, still inexperienced, dares to confront our east region, but there is only one path ahead for him: death. However, behind him is Han Mo, the manager of the entire southwest region. Once a war breaks out between the major regions, the consequences will be incredibly difficult to predict. Even though my fighting power has absolute superiority, we must also carefully consider the long-standing trade relations between both sides. The head of the East region continued, "The fighting power of Han Mo in the Southwest region is not what we should worry about. The most important thing is Yi Wu. In just half a month, he has risen from an unknown individual to become the leader of the Southwest region. This unprecedented speed of growth is alarming. According to our intelligence, his strength suddenly increases at regular intervals. Starting from transforming into a blood dragon, manipulating large mechas, and recently, he has even been able to control an ancient god. I fear that if we allow him to continue developing, Yi Wu will undoubtedly become the greatest threat to the East region. We must eliminate this young beast before it matures and turns into a true monstrosity of destruction." The elders immediately agreed. "It makes sense, I agree," one person said. But just then, the administrator interrupted, "If that's the case, let's vote to decide. Those in favor of Yi Wu's death turn on the green light, those against turn on the red light. Please cast your votes." Everyone turned on the green light, with only one person turning on the red light. However, the administrator still announced based on the majority, the result is clear. I declare that starting today, a hunt order for Yiwu is issued. On sight, kill him without leaving any way to survive. In the world of the dungeon, in Lingwei City, the leader of the hunter branch, Christina, was very worried. Laguna, Yiwu. What are you two doing here? This place is very dangerous, not somewhere at your level can come. The two of them reacted completely differently. Laguna seemed worried, while Yiwu remained calm. Actually, we came here to find the origin of the plague. Yiwu explained, we have obtained a few clues. The hunter branch priest, Salian, squinted in confusion. Clues about the origin of the plague? Specifically, what is it? Yiwu held up a key and said, this is the key to the entrance of the sewers of Lingwei City. This city is also where the plague first broke out. Therefore, we want to investigate. Everyone was extremely surprised to see the key to the entrance in the cup of water. Christina flusteredly explained, since the plague broke out, all entrances to Lingwei City have been blocked. We have searched many times but found no way in. Who would have thought that this key exists? Salian could not hide his astonishment. Where did you get this key? Laguna hesitated to respond. This was obtained from someone in the secret blood cult during one of our missions. Yiwu added, that's why we are also very curious. Ultimately, what is the connection between the origin of the plague in Lingwei City and the secret blood cult? After speaking, Yiwu fell into a contemplative state. Even though the fact that the key comes from the secret blood cult does not need to be concealed, the matter related to the Twilight absolutely cannot be disclosed. Once the hunter congregation finds out about Laguna killing a fellow member, Christina and Lena are likely to react strongly. At that point, the consequences would be unpredictable. Recalling the lesson from Marilyn's previous incident, he had to be even more cautious in guiding Laguna. Salian suddenly turned to Christina and asked, what do you think? Christina still wore a doubtful expression. Although there are some confusing points, I trust Laguna. The logic of this whole situation can also be explained. The conversation fell into silence, but the atmosphere became more tense than ever. Salian finally agreed, our mission this time is to enter Lingwei City. Previously, we had prepared ourselves to put in a lot of effort to get into the city, but we didn't expect it to be so easy. However, the internal water system of Lingwei City is very complex, and there are many dangers within the city. Laguna spoke up first, why don't you hand over the key to us? I replied, thank you for your kind offer, but I still want to go in and see for myself. Please rest assured, I am much stronger now than before, and I won't drag you down. Christina hesitated for a moment. Salian looked at her and then had to concede, after all, the key was found by them. Let them go together. In the end, Salian nodded in agreement, all right, but you must pay attention to safety. We will not lower our mission efficiency because of you two. Christina immediately mounted her horse. She turned back to remind, do you understand, Laguna? This time we have a very important mission, so don't drag us down. Laguna smiled confidently, rest assured, we absolutely won't do that. I even have enough strength to protect you, young lady Christina. Hearing that, Christina let out a forced laugh, then thank you in advance, you really are an idiot. Everyone stepped inside. The water gate had opened, and everything was going more smoothly than expected. The sound of footsteps echoed in the space, don't be careless. This is just the beginning. The road ahead is extremely dangerous, everyone needs to be a bit more alert. Yes, we will be careful. In front of the water gate of Lingwei City, another group of people also appeared. The atmosphere here was truly gloomy, accompanied by a foul stench as if from corpses soaked for a long time. If it weren't for having no other choice, I wouldn't want to come here to suffer. I would honestly rather confront the monsters head-on. These were all members of the Hunter Guild. I glanced at the two people behind and said, why do you two look so relaxed? With your levels, daring to run to Lingwei City. Do you really not want to live anymore? Laguna forced a smile. I'm not afraid of young Lady Christina's actions. The hunter next to him looked displeased. Is this the legendary sycophant of the captain? Truly a name that lives up to its reputation. Immediately after, another person turned to Yi Wu and sneered, aren't you afraid? Your level is only 18. Just a light touch from a monster could end your life. Yi Wu chuckled lightly, it's fine. During the fight, I will keep my distance. Please help me out a bit, everyone. The other shrugged, then you better pray for yourself. During the fight, no one will have time to worry about you. Laguna followed closely behind Christina. Christina, are you and your team coming to Lingwei City to investigate the source of the epidemic as well? She hesitated, and before she could say more, she was interrupted. Don't ask so many questions. At your current rank, you don't have the authority to know the details of this mission. Christina forced a smile. All right. I know you mean well and want to help, but this mission is too dangerous. Just take care of yourself. Laguna grinned foolishly. I understand now, Christina. Is this you showing concern for me? Yi Wu remained contemplative. Even Christina, who is 150, feels it's dangerous. It seems this mission hides something more. The boss at the Twilight had previously reached level 100. The danger level of Lingwei City that I estimate is likely between 150 to 180. Suddenly, a roar echoed from within. What was that? Everyone be careful. Something is deep in the sewer. It wants to break out. Suddenly, from the sewer, a swarm of infected rats surged out. Rats! Look out for the rats! The hunters tried to dodge, so it was just some rotten rats that startled me. Die already! Soon, it wasn't just a few but a whole horde of rats pouring out, as numerous as a flood. He continued, I've never seen so many rats before. What's there to be afraid of? Even more than this is just a bunch of pests, feel free to kill them. But right after that, these rats suddenly showed signs of a plague transformation. They are merging and evolving, and doing so in a spectacular way. Lingwei City, even the rats in the sewers are creepy like this. How can we fight against this? The surroundings were immediately surrounded. There were some here, and the retreat route was blocked. We're doomed. We are completely surrounded. Christina shouted, everyone, get ready to fight. Don't panic, maintain the formation and prepare to engage. She continued to command, Laguna, Yi Wu, be careful to dodge and protect yourselves well. Other hunters were continuously taken down, and the sounds of pleas for help echoed everywhere. The number of rats was too overwhelming, my magic couldn't cover all of them. He shouted, consolidate the formation. Don't get scattered. Everyone was pushed to the wall, all concentrated within the protective spell of the god. Christina commanded, concentrate your strength to take down each one. In terms of levels, they have the advantage. But like this, slowly whittling down their numbers will give us a chance to win. The three-headed rat, Kurlosi, appeared extremely ferocious. Its level advantage was undeniable. He stared up in shock. The boss has appeared. Level 170. How can Lingwei City have such a high-level boss? The three-headed rat continued to charge forward. Why can't it be done? As long as I eat enough, my level will continue to rise. And you all are the late-night snacks brought right to my mouth. Everyone was knocked back, the barrier of the god completely shattered. Salian, gravely injured, blood pouring from his mouth, stammered, this boss. We can't handle it. Christina still tried to resist, shouting, we can't handle it, but we have to fight. Otherwise, we'll all die here. She turned to look at her teammates, you all go ahead, I will hold it off. The monsters continued to attack wildly. The three-headed rat sneered at Christina, hold me off? I originally intended for you to be my final dish, but if you are in such a hurry, I'm also willing to change the order of my meal. Christina gripped her weapon tightly, her mind racing for a plan. She gritted her teeth, damn it. From the moment I accepted this mission, I had a premonition of life or death. But who would have thought we'd fall into such a desperate situation before even entering the city? Just then, the three-headed rat spat a stream of toxic venom towards Christina. It laughed cruelly, adding a bit of seasoning, soaking it in flavors. Christina fell to her knees in pain, sweat beading on her forehead. She thought to herself, is this really the end? No. I haven't killed him yet. Even if I have to risk my life, I must create a chance for my subordinates to survive. This is the resolve of a captain like me. Blood sacrifice blessing technique. Yi Wu worriedly said, don't do something foolish. It's not time to be desperate yet. Laguna was still dodging. Laguna shouted, stop it, young lady Christina. There's no need to use the secret technique of exchanging injury for injury yet. Christina was stopped, but there was no other way. The three-headed rat was lurking, making her even more anxious. Laguna looked at Christina, his eyes filled with determination. I promised to protect you. Now is the time to fulfill that promise. He boldly moved forward. Christina panicked and shouted, Laguna, what are you doing? Come back. Don't throw your life away for nothing. Laguna smiled faintly, the expression on his face suddenly changing. It will all be over soon. The three-headed rat laughed gleefully. I'll eat you hunters, and I'll gain a lot of experience. For you, aside from your tough mouths, your bodies are all soft bones. One bite and you'll be nothing but crumbs. Laguna let his blood drip onto the ground, coldly replying, then today, you've met some tough bones. The beast drooled incessantly, exclaiming, your blood. The taste is completely different from others. It feels so delicious. The three-headed rat could no longer hold back and lunged forward. Great! I can finally encounter such human delicacies. I can't help but want to eat you right now. Laguna provocatively replied, come on then. However, a single slash made the three-headed rat try to slash away continuously. Laguna arrogantly retorted, as long as you have the ability. The three-headed rat was extremely frightened. One strike nearly took my life. Damn it! The swarm of rats gradually split apart, but it was in vain. You can't kill me. I am just a bunch of rats. As long as one is left, I can achieve immortality. But then, a blood-red darkness suddenly enveloped the area around the three-headed rat. This is... No way! Laguna was losing control more and more. He smirked. Compared to you, the flesh and blood of your kind truly stinks. After a while, Laguna returned to a normal state. He said, I've cleaned it up, we can continue moving forward now. The people behind were extremely confused. Laguna, are you using blood as a weapon? That's a technique of the secret blood cult. Could it be that you? The hunters at this moment still hadn't regained their senses. Although Laguna single-handedly took down the boss, the techniques he employed were definitely blood-based. There is no doubt about it, that is the fighting method of the secret blood cult. Could it be that this kid Laguna has turned traitor? Christina anxiously asked, Laguna, although you have saved us, the strange fighting method like this requires a reasonable explanation from you. Laguna did not hesitate to reply, huh? Does this still need explaining? Didn't I just save everyone? Why do you still doubt me? The expression of Salian became serious. He spoke in a grave tone, you are indeed right that you just saved us, no doubt about that. But that's not the point. The secret blood cult is a sinister cult that brings disaster to the people. Destroying them is also the principle of our hunter guild. However, the power you exhibited just now is extremely similar to that of the secret blood cult. Therefore, you must provide the guild with an explanation. What exactly is the power that you used? Laguna immediately refused, I'm sorry, but I can't go into details about this matter. However, please trust me. This power is only used to punish evil and protect the weak. Everyone was taken aback. What? Are you planning to deceive and cover this up just like that? There's definitely something wrong. The hunters began to stir restlessly. One of them shouted, he must have sold his soul to the ancient god of the secret blood cult to gain that power. How else could a level 35 person defeat a level 170? The way he looked just now was exactly like a bloodsucker from Legends. Another person chimed in, this is too dangerous. Captain, this kind of person absolutely cannot be kept around. Who knows when he might suck our blood? Laguna tried to explain, after all, I am also a member of the Hunters Guild. How could I do something like that? Please trust me. However, the group remained unyielding. One person firmly stated, you dare to dabble in such evil power. You have seriously violated the doctrine of the guild. Do you think you still have the right to remain in the Hunters Guild? Yiwu finally spoke up in defense, hey, have you all mistaken the root of the problem? There is no Laguna. Right now, you have already become experience points in the boss's belly. I don't expect you to be grateful, but now you must take responsibility in return. Trampling the weak is one thing, but looking down on the strong men is another. The backwardness of the Hunters Guild has truly opened my eyes. Yiwu did not hesitate, immediately turning away, Haze, different religions do not conspire together, they basically do not feel grateful. We should not bother here anymore. Let's go, Laguna, we will act alone according to the original plan. Laguna sighed and also turned away, Haze, but fine. Those people were determined not to let go. Just the two of you dare to venture through the drainage pipe alone, but in this maze, don't think you can take 2 steps without losing your lives. Yiwu's eyes lit up, then let us see who can actually live to walk out of this drainage exit. The system notification, main quest progress 22%, reaching 40% completion will allow for escape. The group of hunters became increasingly chaotic, this guy at level 18 is just being arrogant. They don't even have a map, and the first one to die will definitely be. Salianan's face darkened, shut up. His eyes were filled with killing intent, it's not your turn to make sarcastic remarks yet. Whoever continues to embarrass me can go back to the entrance alone. The group immediately fell silent, yes, we'll keep quiet. Christina spoke up to mediate, Father, perhaps we were too harsh on Laguna earlier? After all, we have no evidence to doubt him. Moreover, he even saved us. Salian agreed with that viewpoint, but there's no other way, regardless of whether he is a member of the secret blood cult or not, this strange ability of his cannot be explained. Therefore, instead of keeping such an uncertain factor by our side, it would be better for everyone to separate. Salian immediately stepped forward to take the lead, from here on out, everyone cheer up for me, don't forget that this mission is crucial to the survival of the Hunters Guild. They all replied in unison, understood. On this side, Yiwu and Laguna were still moving inside. Yiwu placed a hand on Laguna's shoulder and gently asked, still worried about Christina? Don't worry, the fighting strength from before was just an accident. As long as she remains vigilant, with her level and experience, she will be fine. Right now, we have more important things to do, so don't let this troublesome matter affect your mood. Laguna regained his composure. Thank you for your concern, but I'm not feeling down because of this. Yiwu looked a bit puzzled. Then what is it? Laguna's expression became more serious. In the past, I thought that if I became strong enough, I could change the Hunters Guild. But now it seems I was completely wrong. The decay of the guild has nothing to do with the strength of power. What has decayed is the hearts of the people, and what can I do about the complexities of human hearts? I can't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Yiwu suddenly recalled the scene where the hunters criticized Laguna, that's right, clearly you saved their lives, yet they turned against you. Yiwu continued, this is both due to jealousy of your transformation from weak to strong, and because you are a good person who bullies the kind and fears the wicked. It can be inferred that these vile traits have deeply rooted in their hearts, beyond remedy. Laguna was becoming increasingly angry, so what should we do? I absolutely will not allow our ambitions to turn into mere vapor. Yiwu suddenly interrupted, it's quite simple. His gaze drifted into the distance, his tone became vague, if change is impossible, then why not simply destroy it first and then rebuild it according to your own ideas? Laguna hesitated slightly. This method seems too tyrannical. Can it really succeed? Yi Wu returned to his original path. Of course it can. To deal with decaying dogmas and depraved humanity, one must use absolute power to suppress, trample, and destroy, and only then can something be rebuilt on the ruins. And this is not just aimed at the Hunters Guild. Yi Wu extended his hand toward Laguna. Laguna, are you ready to rebuild this world? Laguna seemed hesitant. What, the world? He immediately regained his original spirit. No, it can't be Yi Wu. I never even thought about something like this. You can stand high and look far. That's right, the world won't be rebuilt, and the Hunters Guild will not change. I must continue to grow stronger, strong enough to rebuild this world. Yi Wu secretly laughed. Alright, I've successfully tricked him this time. On the path of growth, he will become an extreme antagonist, never to return. Sorry, this is your fate, Laguna. Yi Wu immediately set off. Oh dear, it's another classic branching path. Laguna obediently followed behind. We don't have a map to the water gate, so which way should we go? If we choose wrong, we might encounter some danger. Yi Wu used his greedy sensing ability to examine the surroundings. Don't rush, leave it to me. A teleportation door appeared before them. Yi Wu thought, having the passive ability of the greedy demon is quite convenient. In Meng Nian's heart, I can find a way out of the water gate. Yi Wu calmly walked forward. Let's go, this path. Laguna obediently replied, Alright, with you here, I feel really at ease. As long as I follow what you say, there will definitely be no problem. Inside Yi Wu, thoughts were swirling. Does this guy trust me too blindly? To become a true monarch, apart from strength, one must also bear the responsibility in one's heart. It seems that aside from direct guidance, some matters must be left for him to decide on his own. His mindset must mature. Meanwhile, Christina was holding the map. This map of Lingwei City conveniently includes the path under the sewer. The hunters behind were chatting happily. Ha! Finally, we haven't encountered any monsters on the road anymore. The boss battle just now seemed to be an accident. With the guide map, we can easily avoid dangerous spots. But those two fools probably don't realize it. They might have lured the monsters away for us. We ought to thank them. Christina's expression changed a bit. Father, do you feel that the hearts of the Hunters Guild have unknowingly begun to decay and twist? Perhaps it includes the two of us as well. Salian did not shy away. Perhaps the first thing that changed was this world. In a chaotic and unstable era, it's unavoidable for people's hearts to become corrupt and twisted. Salian continued, we can only go along with it. Suddenly, a cold wind blew in, causing the hunters to shiver. Where is this cold wind coming from? Even the fire has gone out. Christina seemed to sense that something was wrong. Stay calm, maintain the formation, don't scatter. Father, Salian. Salian used his staff to create light. Thank goodness Father is here. But right in front of them appeared a swarm of insects. When did these monsters show up? A scene of massacre unfolded, accompanied by screams that echoed through the air. Amidst the screams, Laguna felt a bit anxious. I think I heard a desperate cry coming from behind. Are they really okay? Yi Wu remained remarkably calm. Right now, we don't have the luxury to worry about them. If they can't even safely step out of the water supply, they'll ultimately become a burden. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts. For us, the most important goal is to collect the fragments of the shadow of the stars in Lingwei City, strengthen the power of the nightmarish monarch, while also investigating the origins of the plague in Lingwei City, completing the mission to treat the plague assigned by the system, and searching for clues related to the ancient god. Therefore, right after that, Yi Wu immediately made a decision. Laguna, from now on don't concern yourself with excess matters to avoid complicating things further. Laguna was incredibly serious as he followed beside him. You can rest assured, Yi Wu. Laguna scratched his head and gave a forced smile. I know how to differentiate main from secondary. Whatever you say I will do. I promise not to involve you in any trouble. Suddenly, Laguna noticed something unusual ahead. Wait, Yi Wu, you should look over there, it seems like there's some movement. At this moment, there was no time for further thoughts. Laguna quickly ran forward. It seems someone is digging a hole. Finally, we can meet someone alive. I must seize this opportunity to gather intelligence. Yi Wu, behind him, tried to stop him. Hey, I said not to meddle in other people's affairs. The silhouette of a girl appeared, looking very grim. Laguna called out, Miss, may I ask? He stood at the edge of the hole, calling down, why are you here alone digging a grave? What on earth has happened in Lingwei City? Could you please share with us? Yi Wu walked over. Let's go. If they are unwilling to speak, we shouldn't force them. Laguna expressed his regret. It's hard to finally meet a living person, and the result is disappointing. Just as the two were about to turn away, the girl spoke up. Who are you? When the girl did not receive an answer, she asked again, what are you doing in Lingwei City? Laguna immediately seized the opportunity. We are members of the Hunters Guild here to investigate the epidemic related to Lingwei City. If you know anything, please tell us everything. The girl fell silent for a moment, and Laguna felt a bit confused. Why is she silent when I asked this question? Yi Wu, standing beside him, comforted, you should hold off on speaking, let me ask. In his heart, he was filled with thoughts. If the girl responds, it means she can speak. As for why she ignores Laguna, it is likely because. Yi Wu stepped closer and began to inquire, you must have had some conflict with the Hunters Guild, right? That's why you don't want to have any relations with them. Until this moment, the girl finally responded, that's right. Yi Wu seemed to grasp the key point, and his words became more straightforward. Then it's easy to solve, you must have realized it. I'm not a member of the Hunters Guild, so the issue I want to discuss is the one he mentioned earlier. How much do you know? Can you tell me? The girl immediately jumped up from the bottom of the deep pit. You want to get information from me? Fine. Kalia seriously stepped closer, but you have to help me with something. Yi Wu couldn't refuse. That's not a problem, a fair exchange is reasonable, but with your level, you probably don't need our help, right? Kalia sternly approached, my sister is lost, and I'm busy burying a body, so I can't go look for her. If you agree to help me find her, I'll give you the information you want. Laguna then stepped forward, intending to intervene. Wait, Yi Wu, don't you think this is really strange? Your sister is lost, and she's here hiding a body instead of looking for her right away? This doesn't make sense. Plus, her level is higher than Captain Christina's. Yi Wu dismissed Laguna's thoughts. Because her level and logic are unreasonable, we should best suspect and expose her for obtaining intelligence. Yi Wu approached to provide an answer. I promise you, after all, we still need to probe Lingwei City. It won't be a problem to help you find your sister while we're at it. Kalia interrupted, well, we've talked enough. Now I'll tell you the thing you want to know. Yi Wu was a bit confused. So are you telling me now? I thought I had to find your sister first before you would tell me. Kalia moved closer to the steps and sat down. I can't sense any illusory energy on you, so it's fine to tell you in advance. Laguna finally understood. If that's the case, it makes Yi Wu's charm more appealing. That's acceptable. Kalia continued, Lingwei City was prosperous and secure until that day when a mysterious group suddenly appeared. They drove carriages into the city, dragging along a piece of mysterious stone. After that, the mysterious people began conducting some experiments in the smelting facility, and from that moment, the city became very strange, with a large number of residents falling ill with mutations. Ultimately, Lingwei City was completely sealed off, turning into a ghost city. Kalia became more serious. Surely you are also after that mysterious stone fragment, aren't you? Previously, there were several Hunters Guild groups and people from unnamed churches that came through, but they all couldn't get anything. Not to mention, they ended up mangled and broken. Kalia smiled strangely. No one can survive to find that stone fragment, nor can anyone survive to leave Lingwei City. Laguna was startled by this. What does she mean by that? Yi Wu immediately countered with a question. How do you know about all this? If you were just an ordinary person, it would be impossible for you to know such things. Who are you? Kalia hesitated for a moment. Me? I wasn't an ordinary person. She stood up, holding something in her hand. Because I used to be a member of the Hunters Guild, and that mysterious stone fragment was brought to Lingwei City by our team. Laguna immediately recognized the object in her hand and was surprised. That is the leader's medal of the Hunters Guild division. Yiwu was also taken aback, the leader. Laguna moved forward to question, which department are you the leader of? No, at your level, you must be from the guard corps stationed at the Hunter Corps headquarters. Yiwu immediately let out a soft breath. If what you said is true, then you must know where that mysterious fragment is, right? Kalia did not hide, of course. She pointed towards the castle in front of them. It is in the tallest building in the city center, but you cannot get there. Because along the way, there will be various high-level mutated monsters, even those that die and then mutate into high-level hunters, so it is almost a dead end. I advise you not to approach that place carelessly. Kalia turned to look directly at Yiwu. I have told you what you wanted to know, now it's your turn to fulfill your promise and help me find my sister. Suddenly, at this moment, Laguna forcefully interrupted. Please wait a moment, your words are contradictory. If you are truly from the guard corps of the headquarters, the mission you are carrying out must be confidential. How could you bring your sister along? Even if all these unreasonable things are true. Laguna's expression was very serious. Then the consequences of getting lost in this dangerous Lingwei city, I think you should know better than we do. Kalia immediately fell silent, and Yiwu beside her intervened. Don't say any more, Laguna. Yiwu stepped closer, pushing Laguna back. Don't worry, I will definitely find your sister for you. I have always kept my word. Immediately after, he turned and walked away. Laguna, let's go. However, Laguna still felt unconvinced. Yiwu, do you really want to believe her words? Yiwu gazed into the distance. The words of the living may be trustworthy, but the dead have no need to lie on purpose. Upon hearing this, Laguna continued to express her feelings. The dead, Yiwu, do you mean her? Recalling the image of Kalia at that moment, Yiwu spoke up, yes. From the moment I first saw her, I noticed her heartbeat and breath had stopped. Moreover, the blood in her body was also in a state of stagnation, not flowing. This proves that she is already dead. Right now, she must be under the influence of some power, still maintaining the habits and activities she had when she was alive. This is the most unreasonable part. Laguna's expression immediately darkened. I truly have not matured yet. I didn't even notice these points and still argued with her. Yiwu comforted her. It's okay, take your time. Yiwu stepped closer and placed a hand on Laguna's shoulder. If you want to grow up, you must continuously go through experiences. The road ahead of you is still very long, so do not rush. Immediately, Yiwu noticed the castle behind them. Moreover, your doubts are not unfounded. If she intentionally allowed someone to revive her as a vegetable, it would not be impossible to mix in some false intelligence to create confusion. The dead do not emit emotional spectra, making it impossible to distinguish true from false. Therefore, in this bizarre city of Lingwei, it does not hurt to be more vigilant. Suddenly, a figure appeared. What she said is not entirely wrong. Laguna immediately panicked. You. Who are you? The speaker pointed towards the castle. Could it be the source of my power? Has it chosen me? Hearing this, Laguna was scared. Is it possible that one day it will abandon me, choosing someone else, and I will become a weakling worth nothing? The feeling of being vague in the face of one's own power truly frightens people. Yiwu quickly moved closer to inquire, so the source of the plague that caused all of this is your fragment? The other person continued, I don't know if my fragment has this kind of power. However, the way my fragment appears to have power, but with human ability, there is absolutely no way to take advantage of it. Yiwu asked further, what if we add the power of the ancient god? Yiwu's gaze was extremely resolute. For example, the power of blood mystery Lord Baird. The other person immediately responded, then that's uncertain. But speaking of the ancient god, previously you only emitted a faint scent of hiding, but now the stench of the ancient god emanating from you has completely become undetectable. What is the reason for this? Laguna curiously asked, the stench of the ancient god, what does that mean? Why can't I smell it? Yiwu awkwardly scratched his head. That's because I'm carrying 4 ancient gods on me. The figure immediately became surprised. Four of them, you are more suitable to guide Laguna than I thought. My fragment is originally an enemy to the power of the ancient god. If they are forcibly made to interact, it will definitely trigger unpredictable consequences. Even if it results in an incurable epidemic, it would not be surprising, so quickly retrieve that fragment. This not only relates to the epidemic but also involves Laguna. The shadow of the person gradually withdrew. As long as we can retrieve that fragment, Laguna in this world will be the ultimate existence. System notification: main task completion progress 25%, epidemic task completion progress 30%. Yi Wu saw the system notification and thought, so the task progress has increased? Then the beginning and the end of the matter can probably be inferred now. It must be that the secret blood cult infiltrated the royal family of the kingdom, leveraging their power to secretly transport the fragment through the Hunters Guild to Lingwei City, and then stealthily using the power of the ancient god and the fragment to achieve some goal. The result happened to trigger the epidemic, creating the current situation. Yi Wu looked straight at the tower. As for the specific details, I will need to wait until I get to the fragment to clarify. Suddenly, the sound of iron axes echoed on the ground. You are not allowed to approach. A few extremely eerie figures appeared. Strangers are not allowed to approach. The infernal dogs, a team of hunters, stood to block the way. Upon seeing those individuals, Laguna immediately recognized, infernal dogs, why? Why are they here? They shouldn't be here. Yi Wu curiously asked, how do you know them, or are you very familiar with them? In Laguna's eyes, besides surprise, there seemed to be an incredibly complex emotion. What is this about? Laguna explained, they are. Immediately, one of them stepped forward to attack, intruder. The attack on Yi Wu was immediately blocked by Laguna, do not come near. Laguna reminded, Yi Wu, be careful. Yi Wu was pushed back. The opponent's strength could not be underestimated. Who exactly are they? Don't hide it anymore, Laguna. At this point, Laguna finally had to answer. They are a hunting team responsible for guarding the great priest of the Hunters Guild. Their nickname is Infernal Dogs, and their combat power is among the top in the Hunters Guild. Some others immediately rushed forward. Intruder must not come near. Intruder must not come near. Yi Wu observed the situation very carefully. Infernal dogs guarding the great priest? That means their appearance in Lingwei City is obviously very strange. Laguna was still trying to resist. That's right, the great priest is at the Hunter Corps headquarters of the royal city, yet the infernal dogs appear here. There must be an issue. Yi Wu continued to question, even if their levels are higher than yours, this still cannot explain the strange behavior you exhibited earlier, Laguna. Laguna did not reply, but Yi Wu did not stop, continuing to interrogate. You know very well that these three are vegetative beings, so why are you still passively defending yourself? Now that you know they are easy to handle, why don't you take action? Laguna hesitated, unable to explain. The sounds of weapons clashing repeatedly echoed. Yi Wu stood outside, continuing to panic. Could it be that you know someone in here, so you can't make a move? After a while, Laguna had completely fallen into a passive state and was defeated. Yi Wu's expression changed completely upon witnessing that scene. What is your ally hesitating about? Laguna, if this continues, we will die here. Act for me. Laguna hesitated. At this moment, he suddenly jumped vigorously, launching himself forward. Damn it! It seemed that there was an invisible thread binding all the infernal dogs together. The familiar voice echoed, strangers are not allowed to approach, strangers are not allowed to approach, repeated over and over again. Laguna's face darkened. I'm sorry, Yi Wu, I do have something difficult to say. The infernal dogs continued to struggle. Kill me, kill me. Laguna saw them continuously screaming, I am in so much pain, kill me, Laguna. Laguna tried to avoid everything. You guessed right, Yi Wu. Among them, there is indeed someone I know. My hesitation is because of him, but now I have made up my mind. Laguna immediately turned back, wielding his sword. I will take you to death. A decisive slash, but it was interrupted. No, I can't do it. Damn it, I still can't do it. At this moment, Rio's figure gradually appeared. Strangers must not come close, strangers must not come close. Why? Why won't you kill me? Laguna was so helpless that he buried his face in the ground. Why? Why are you appearing here? Didn't you abandon the belief in revenge? To live like a dog just to enjoy wealth and glory? Now in this half-alive, half-dead state, what's this? Still shamelessly begging me to kill you? I can't do it, I can't do it. Yu saw him so agitated and stepped forward to comfort him. Calm down a bit. Laguna had never seen him lose control like this. What is this person's relationship with you? Laguna slowly stood up. Yu, we have known each other for so long, I have never mentioned my past to you, have I? Laguna continued, because it is a painful memory, I am unwilling to recall it. Laguna began to remember and recounted. I was an orphan wandering around, and at the age of 8, I finally found a village to stay in. As a result, this village was attacked by bandits, and I was the only one fortunate enough to survive. After that, I met a hunter named Rio. Half conscious, I clung tightly to the hem of Rio's pants. His companions advised him not to meddle in other people's affairs, but Rio did not listen to them and ultimately saved me, bringing me home. Laguna continued, from then on, I lived in Rio's house, becoming the only servant in his home, as well as part of the family. Rio's wife and daughter were very kind to me. When I had free time, I would ask Rio to teach me sword skills because I also wanted to become a hunter like him one day. Although he often seemed absent-minded, I felt very happy. Those happy days lasted for several years until I turned 12. One night, Rio was out on a mission and was not home. Suddenly, a few men burst into the house. I recognized these men, they were hunters like Rio. They had visited our home before. They said there was supposed to be a large sum of money that could allow them to live a carefree life, but because of some foolish decision made by Rio, he had ruined their good fortune. Laguna continued, I hadn't even reacted before I was stabbed several times. Before I fell into a coma from losing too much blood, I heard the screams of Rio's wife and children along with the sound of clothes being torn apart. But I still didn't die. When I woke up, I saw Rio holding the bodies of his wife and children, crying. I knew that what I was to blame for was my uselessness, that I couldn't protect them well. I braced my injured body and told Rio everything that had happened. Laguna said, after Rio learned the truth, he cried and laughed at the same time. He said that being upright and righteous, persisting in the end only harmed his own family, cursing the gods for treating him this way. After that, Rio left the bodies of his wife and children behind, laughing and crying as he disappeared from my sight. I was eventually saved and nurtured by Dr. Victor. After that, I joined the Hunters Guild, traveling everywhere to inquire about Rio's whereabouts. In the end, I found out that he not only did not break away from the Hunters Guild, but instead became a dog by the side of the great priest, and he had never heard of any plans for revenge related to him. Laguna said, I considered him a blow, giving up on revenge and instead degrading into a petty man who craved power and wealth, so I pretended not to know him and did not mention our relationship to others. Laguna continued, I used to think he was living a life of luxury in the royal city, but unexpectedly, he died in this bizarre Lingwei city. What has really happened? Yu held up a glowing vial. To know the truth of what happened, the best way is to ask him directly. I just listened to you while making this. Laguna was incredibly surprised. That drug is truth revealed after death? Yu raised the vial. This drug only has one bottle. You must cause Rio to lose his real ability to act, which means you have to kill him once more. Rio was still struggling. Laguna turned to look. Even though he is in a state of living death now, at least he can still act freely. If I really kill him again, then he will truly die. Yu placed a hand on Laguna's shoulder to comfort him. The choice is yours. You can choose to uncover the truth of the matter or let him live like a zombie. Yu continued, this drug can also be used on other hunters to clarify the sequence of events, but it cannot reveal what happened to Rio, nor can it take revenge for him. Your choice is. Hearing this, Laguna finally raised his sword and stabbed towards Rio. I'm sorry, Rio, I will definitely avenge you. Even though you owe me, I absolutely will not neglect your death. Right after completing the mission, Laguna quickly grabbed the vial of medicine and poured it into Rio's mouth. So I need to know what exactly happened to you. Upon drinking the medicine, Rio suddenly sat up in shock. I have to kill those bastards from the secret blood cult. At this moment, Rio asked, Laguna, why are you here? Didn't I die? Why can I still meet you? Could it be that you are also dead, or are you an illusion appearing before I die? Laguna's face darkened upon hearing this. I am not an illusion. Yi Wu walked over to Rio and began to inquire, you really did die? I used the medicine to temporarily revive your consciousness. You can only maintain it for 10 minutes and must forcibly answer 3 questions from me. Rio finally understood, so that's how it is. At that moment, Rio revealed the truth. It seems that in this life, I have done too many evil deeds, suffering the punishment of the gods. Even after death, I still have to be disturbed. Yi Wu felt a tickle upon hearing this. Hey, before we disturbed you, you were already bothered by the people of the secret blood cult. Forget it, none of this is the main point. Yi Wu turned to Laguna, since you asked the first question, it's a valuable opportunity. Try to ask what you want to know the most. Laguna hesitated, okay. Immediately, he moved closer to Rio and asked, aren't you next to the great priest? Why did you die in Lingwei City? Rio then responded, what's the meaning of asking about this now? Back then, I abandoned you, Laguna, why do you still care about me so much? Rio tried to avoid Laguna's gaze. Are you looking to take revenge for me? Don't be foolish, can't you just live well? You are too naive. Yi Wu urged, we only have 10 minutes, hurry up and answer the question. Rio finally had to answer, this medicine of yours is truly miraculous. Although I didn't want to talk, my mouth just wouldn't be controlled. At that time, my team followed the great priest to Lingwei City. Initially, I didn't know the purpose of this trip and didn't care either. Because the prosperity of Lingwei City is only slightly less than Royal City, where to eat was not important. Rio continued, but over time, strange events began to occur in Lingwei City. Mutated monsters appeared, and the citizens became ill on a large scale. To ensure safety, I once advised the great priest to leave Lingwei City, but I was rejected. This led me to start harboring suspicions. One night, I accidentally discovered the great priest alone, mysteriously opening a hidden passage underground. The suspicion and curiosity compelled me to decide to stealthily follow. But what I didn't expect was that deep underground, within the maze, a secret sacrificial cult emerged. Rio continued, at the center of the sacrificial altar, there was a piece of blood-red stone emanating a bizarre aura, with flesh and blood vessels sprawling around it, dense and slimy. A group of people dressed in blood-red robes were chanting strange mantras with the stone fragment. These people were clearly members of the secret blood cult. But how could a cult exist here, deep underground in Lingwei City, where the central royal power still maintains control? And how could the great priest collude with them? I was still surprised and confused. Rio continued, I didn't even realize that 2 subordinates had stealthily appeared behind me. After that, I was taken before the great priest at the center of the sacrificial altar. The great priest showed no signs of surprise. On the contrary, he said that this day would come regardless. The world is fraught with peril, the power of the Hunters Guild is too insignificant, only the church, its secrets, and the ancient god can salvage everything. He is my loyal dog, I am very satisfied with his performance. So now, come with me to join the secret blood cult, to worship the ancient god, the great priest said with a satisfied tone. All the others immediately chimed in, that's right, Captain, join the secret blood cult. This will make your life more meaningful. In the face of the noble faith, living uprightly is no different from a walking corpse. Rio was taken aback, stepping back a pace. He looked at the 2 in front of him and asked, since when have you 2? The minions behind closed in, their aura full of pressure. One stepped forward, pointing directly at Rio, now, make your decision. Join or die. Rio, furious, broke his initial calm, hey, there's no need to pressure someone like that. Isn't it just choosing a side? After all, I have nothing to hold me back. Hunters Guild, secret blood cult. As long as I can live comfortably, it doesn't matter which side I join. The great priest, hearing this, laughed with satisfaction. I like your strong and free-spirited personality. Then, let's proceed with the initiation ritual. Rio did not move. Instead, he suddenly drew his sword and charged forward, his gaze icy. Initiation ritual? Wait a moment. I still have one thing to do. He grabbed one of the minions and pulled him towards himself. His voice was filled with rage and resentment. I have searched for you for many years without a trace. I thought you were dead. Rio continued, I have given up, never expecting you to hide in the secret blood cult. No wonder I couldn't find you. You are the mastermind behind the murder of my wife and child. The other person immediately scoffed, hide? No, I received the calling from the ancient god and willingly joined. All these years, you still can't let go of this grudge, Rio? But now you can't kill me. The great priest immediately spoke up to intervene. Stop, Rio. To join the secret blood cult, you must forsake everything from your past. No matter how deep the hatred, you must let go. If you kill him now, you will not be worthy of joining. What awaits you will only be death. Rio's hand holding the sword trembled. Let go of the past? For years I have deliberately numbed myself, almost succeeding. But as soon as I see your face, all the long-buried memories rush back. Death? I am not afraid. Because from that day, my heart has already died. Rio roared madly. You never expected that before dying, you could help me in this lifelong aspiration. I truly have to thank you. The minions of the secret blood cult pierced Rio's body with a spear. His face showed a satisfied expression. My wish has been fulfilled, I have no regrets in death. I just didn't expect to be exploited by the secret blood cult after dying. But fortunately, I met you all. Go ahead and ask the last two questions. I should be freed now. Yuwu turned to look at Laguna, who was trembling uncontrollably. It seems Laguna finds it very hard to accept this harsh reality, but this is the path you must take. Yiwu immediately seized the opportunity. The second question, the sacrificial altar and the mysterious stone fragment of the secret blood cult. Do you know exactly where they are? Upon hearing this, Rio happily replied, You asked the right person for this question. Everywhere I went, I drew maps for intelligence. He took out a map frame and placed it on the ground. This is the layout map of the central castle in Lingwei City, and it marks the location of the secret passage leading to the underground sacrificial altar. This secret passage is very discreet. If I hadn't followed the great priest, I wouldn't have been able to discover its existence. Receiving the hand-drawn map of the Lingwei City castle, Yiwu happily accepted it, professional, as expected of a high-level hunter. After that, Yiwu continued, I have finished asking the questions I wanted to know, Laguna. This last question is for you. Surely you have other doubts. Laguna immediately seized the opportunity. He said seriously, in the past, I always viewed you as a target to pursue, wanting to become a skilled hunter like you. But then, Laguna suddenly recalled the horrific scenes from the past. At that time, I was too weak, unable to protect them well. But you did not express anything to me, not even anger or resentment, just left like that. Laguna trembled all over, his voice mixed with bitterness. Even if I am the stray dog you picked up from the pile of corpses, unable to take good care of the house, at least you should have scolded me a few times. Why did you just leave without asking anything? In your eyes, what exactly am I? Hearing this, Rio was taken aback. He fell silent, his gaze complex, seemingly unsure of how to respond. Rio immediately burst into laughter, his voice full of sarcasm. You're right. You are the stray dog I picked up from the pile of corpses, weak and frail. Ha ha. Did you think that just because I took you in, I would necessarily develop feelings for you? His whole body trembled, his voice laced with bitterness. Originally, I thought you could do some work, like taking care of the house. The result is truly disappointing. In my eyes, you are nothing but. Yiwu interrupted, I advise you not to hold back any longer. This drug forces you to speak the truth, you can't utter words that go against your heart. Time is running out. Do you really want Laguna to suffer for the rest of his life because of you? At this point, Rio finally decided to be honest. He sighed, his expression heavy. So that's it. This isn't the outcome I wanted. Rio looked directly at Laguna. Laguna, perhaps I have never told you, but I have a son, right? I once instructed my wife and children not to disclose this to you. He continued, his voice full of sorrow. Because I was too stubborn, I treated him very strictly, determined to make him the strongest hunter. But in the end, the pressure from me became unbearable for him. He couldn't resist, he couldn't escape, and then he chose a path of no return. Rio was in immense pain. That was my fault, and I can never forgive myself for it. It wasn't until that day, when I saw you gripping my pant leg amidst the debris, that I realized. Your appearance was so similar to my deceased son's that I took you home. I thought you were a blessing from the gods, a chance for me to start over. Although you both looked so alike, your personalities were completely different. My son was unwilling to learn martial arts, whereas you willingly trained hard. However, I still couldn't pass on the real skills to you. Rio continued, the reason was that I didn't want you to follow in the footsteps of my son, so I always tried to keep my distance, wanting you to live your life in your own way. But what happened that day made me realize that if you continued to stay by my side, it would only bring more danger. Therefore, I decided to leave. However, I immediately asked Dr. Victor to take care of you, while I resolved to disappear from your life. I thought that only by distancing myself from you and allowing you to forget me could you truly grow up and live safely. But I was wrong. Rio looked up at Laguna and said, I never imagined my thoughts would influence you, causing you to suffer. I am truly sorry. Rio finally could embrace Laguna openly. You are the gift that heaven has given me, the one who has redeemed me and given me a chance to be reborn. But more importantly, you are the child I love the most. Rio did not have much time left. He whispered one last time, this time, I truly have no regrets. Laguna tightly held the cold body of Rio, crying out in deep pain, don't worry, my son. You will become the strongest hunter. The space around Laguna was now enveloped in infinite sorrow. The system announced, main mission progress 34%. You tried to create a protective barrier, mission progress increases directly by 10%. From this, it can be seen that Rio is indeed very important to Laguna. It's just too bad that Laguna's life has encountered so many tragedies. I hope I can find another way to make him feel happy. The sword was still firmly planted in the ground, a testament to Rio's sacrifice. Yiwu approached gently, softly saying, Laguna, Rio in his final moments was able to see you. His soul has been redeemed, as he said. He truly has no more regrets. Laguna remained lost in an unstable state, his eyes blurred as he looked at Yiwu. Yiwu gently reiterated, I know, Yiwu. Laguna tried to hide his emotions. The Hunters Guild, the secret blood cult, and this entire world are all rotting. I must destroy it, then build a new world. But to do that, I need power. Greater power. Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind, power? What do you need power for? Because before long, you'll become fertilizer for our secret blood cult, ha. You might even unleash blood energy stronger than bloodstone. Looks like this time I'm going to achieve great success. Laguna frantically turned around, his gaze sharp, I'm in mourning, and you dare to poke at my gun's mouth. The man sneered, you Hunters Guild, haven't you sent countless people here? In the end, they all became blood supply materials for us. Are you out of people, that you still dare to send a bunch of second-tier level 30s to offer their lives? Seeing the strange man in front of him, Yiwu thought to himself, Christina's purpose for this trip is definitely to reclaim the fragment of the shadow of the stars. But with their current level, in Lingwei City, it's really no different from seeking death. Laguna dove down from above, his sharp gaze fixed, the more nonsense you spout, the faster you will die. The strange creature laughed loudly, filled with excitement, I didn't expect such a big mouth coming from a little punk. Without giving him a chance to react, Laguna launched a direct attack, striking straight at the enemy. He was violently shaken, his face showing clear astonishment. How is this possible? You are clearly only at level 35, how could you have such strength? The secret blood transformer immediately recovered, his expression turning fierce. It doesn't matter. In front of the secret blood cult's secret techniques, no matter how much strength you hide, it's useless. He charged forward, unleashing a full-force strike aimed directly at Laguna. You see? This is the secret technique and the divine power bestowed upon me. Before me, you only have two choices, obey or die. However, what no one expected happened. Laguna easily blocked that full-force attack with just one finger. The enemy froze, his face pale. It can't be. A single finger can block my full-force blow? Laguna remained calm, his gaze unwavering. Just now, you mentioned that what you used was the secret technique of the secret blood cult. Then, the plague that is ravaging the country must have been caused by you, right? If so, you must surely have the antidote. The secret blood transformer was shaken, his emotions visibly in turmoil. What? What does it have to do with you? Why should I reveal the secrets of the secret blood cult to you? Moreover, I haven't lost yet. He roared, his body filled with murderous intent. Inject it. Inject it all. I never thought I would have a day to unleash all my power. This is because you forced me. After completing the transformation, he became a level 210 secret blood transformer, powerful and destructive. His voice was arrogant and smug. Once I enter this state, I will kill endlessly. Your death is coming. He laughed loudly, full of arrogance. You are really stupid, truly foolish, to force me to this extent. Do you know how terrifying my state is? From now on, everything I see will be killed by me. No, it must be killed in the cruelest way possible. Just as he was about to act, something unexpected appeared beneath his feet, causing him to halt. He panicked. What is this? Why can't I move anymore? What trick is this? Are you cheating me? Strange creatures emerged, clinging to his body and starting to suck his blood. He screamed, these monsters are sucking my blood. Let me go. My blood is the blessing of the ancient god, how can I let you pollute it? Laguna stood at a distance, his voice cold. The suffering you caused Rio, I will return it double to you. The secret blood transformer was getting weaker, his breath sporadic. He struggled to plead, wait. Who is Rio? I don't know him. Why should his enemies be counted against me? Spare me. I was just pretending to scare you. He said, I tell you all, don't suck anymore, it hurts too much. Yi Wu, standing beside, also advised, Laguna, I understand your feelings, but right now we cannot kill him. Laguna tried to appear calm. I have my limits, I have not lost my rationality out of anger. However, he continued to tighten his grip. I must make him endure enough torment and suffering. The secret blood transformer lay writhing on the ground, moaning, if you want to kill me, just give me a clean cut. I can't stand this suffering anymore. At this moment, Yi Wu slowly approached and said, as long as you answer my question honestly, I will grant you a comfortable death. The man dragged his frail body, slowly raising his face. Say it. As long as you let me die comfortably, I will tell you anything. Yi Wu got to the point without beating around the bush. What is the purpose of the secret blood cult causing so much trouble in Lingwei City? The secret blood transformer trembled and replied, it is to summon the ancient god Baird. The ancient god Baird is the deity that our secret blood cult worships. Even if he doesn't fully descend, he can still guide us from the chaotic void. At the same time, he uses his supreme blood essence to bestow power upon us. But this world has invisibly rejected his descent. We know that within the Hunters Guild there is a bloodstone containing tremendous blood chi power. He said, it can be used to help the ancient god descend. Therefore, our secret blood cult has secretly spent a long time brainwashing and corroding the will of the great priest of the Hunters Guild, taking advantage of his authority to transport bloodstone to the secret altar in this Lingwei city. But when using bloodstone to conduct the summoning, everything went awry. The power of the ancient god and bloodstone generated a strong repulsion. This reaction led to the decay of the ancient god's flesh, triggering an outbreak of disease. Bloodstone also became extremely unstable. The power it emanates makes people both intoxicated and amazed, but to maintain it, it requires a large amount of flesh and blood from the ancient god. We hope that it will soon synchronize with the blood of the ancient god, helping the blood master to descend soon. Yiwu stepped forward, coldly saying, wanting to use the enemy's power to assist the ancient god? That's truly a bold idea. Baird can have such loyal followers, it truly makes me feel pity. The secret blood transformer shouted angrily, what did you say? The ancient god and bloodstone are enemies? How can that be? The bloodied hands continued to wrap around the secret blood transformer, but he still struggled to scream. One is a flesh transformer, the other a flesh siphoner. Truly a match made in heaven, how can they be enemies? He thrashed, his red eyes staring hard, shouting, wait, you tell me clearly. What is going on? If not, I will die with my eyes wide open. Yiwu pondered for a moment. Currently, all the puzzles of this world had become clear. He turned to Laguna and said, let's go, Laguna. The next thing we need to do is very clear. Laguna slowly stepped forward, that's right, our first goal is to recover the fragment of the shadow of the stars. After that, we must wipe out the secret blood cult and prevent the ancient god Baird from descending. Yiwu shook his head, what you said at the beginning is correct, but the last part of your thought differs from mine. We're not trying to stop Baird from descending, but rather, we must help it descend. Laguna was immediately surprised, what? Although Yiwu, you often say strange things, but isn't this a bit too much? Suddenly, a voice rang out. A little girl appeared behind them. Yiwu and Laguna looked towards her, who is that? Laguna recognized the presence of the girl and murmured, could this child be the younger sister of that female captain? Yiwu nodded, definitely. He slowly approached, his tone gentle, little sister, don't be afraid. We are also members of the Hunters Guild, just like your sister. She asked us to come find you. You are safe now. Hearing that, the girl immediately ran away. Laguna tried to call after her, wait. We mean no harm, we just want to take you to your sister. Both of them hurriedly chased after her. Luna quickly picked up speed, running while calling out, wait, don't run away. In front appeared a group of mutated people lingering around. Laguna was astonished, oh my, the street is full of ordinary mutated people. Could this be a trap? Yiwu stood still, calmly analyzing, no. If it were a trap, they would have arranged for some higher-level individuals, not just these ordinary mutated people. The group of mutated individuals began to change direction. Laguna wondered, so should we continue to follow them? Yiwu didn't respond, immediately darting forward, let's go. Anyway, I promised her sister. As a man, I absolutely cannot go back on my word. Hearing the order, Laguna quickly chased after him. Finally, they cornered the girl against a wall. Laguna tried to comfort her, have you played enough? Can you come with us now? Your sister is still waiting for you. Seeing that the girl was still frightened, Laguna patiently persuaded, don't worry. We are not bad people. Moreover, it's very dangerous for you to run around Lingwei City alone. Immediately, the little girl used her agile skills to jump onto the large piles of stones. Laguna hurriedly followed, but what was she really trying to do? Yiwu sighed softly, her agility is not bad, this child is indeed not as simple as we thought. Laguna frowned, this child is too mischievous and strange. I always feel like she is trying to lure us. Yiwu, energizing himself, said, then let's not spoil her fun. If she wants to play hide and seek, we can continue playing with her. Moreover, there is a significant mystery about her that needs to be clarified. Both of them instantly took to the air ahead. Laguna inquired, what is the biggest mystery? Yiwu, what have you discovered now? Yiwu concentrated fully to respond. We have been in Lingwei City for a while, and besides the people from the secret blood cult, we have only encountered monsters and the dead. Yiwu's eyes shone with a keen glint, yet she is the only living person we have met. Laguna was equally surprised. She is alive? I thought she was also among the dead. Yiwu nodded. The emergence of a normal living person in Lingwei City is even more bizarre. How did she manage to survive? The girl suddenly stopped as she entered the center of Lingwei City. Yiwu continued, so, we need to ask for clarification. Finally, both of them landed. Yiwu looked around and asked, so, is this really the destination? You exerted so much effort just to lead us to the center of Lingwei City? Actually, it didn't need to be so complicated. Our ultimate goal is also here. Laguna interjected, that's right. You took us on such a long detour, isn't that a waste of time? We could have flown straight here. At this point, the girl spoke up, those who come from afar like you still underestimate Lingwei City. This place is protected by an illusory projection barrier, which will disrupt anyone trying to approach the castle center. You can see the castle right in front of you, but as soon as you step into the barrier, you will never be able to get close. Laguna looked at the scene before him in surprise. This is really a barrier. But why didn't we notice it before? Yiwu stood still, observing the surroundings, then explained, that's because we were lucky enough to bypass the barrier. Only when standing inside looking out can one detect its existence. Karina of the Hunters Guild praised, you are very skilled. In the past, I have guided many foreign people, but only 2 have reached this final destination. Laguna was becoming more anxious. Saintess, I have heard that the main headquarters of the Hunters Guild has a Saintess. Her status and rank surpass all other divine figures, but I never expected her to reach an astonishing level of 200. Yiwu happily approached, so, being a reincarnated person, able to move freely within Lingwei City, while evading all the shadow barriers can be explained. If you have lured us here, you must certainly know my purpose. So what is your purpose? The Saintess had now instantly teleported to another position. My purpose is to end the hellish tragedy of Lingwei City, to let the land return to the earth. The dead can finally rest in peace. Yiwu was somewhat confused. If you really intend to do that, then wouldn't your sister become truly dead? Laguna also became more serious. Moreover, you are so powerful, why not personally deal with the troubles here? Even if you cannot resolve it, as a living person, you can go to the Hunters Guild to call for reinforcements. Why face all of Lingwei City on your own? He continued, your life is full of contradictions. I speak very frankly, I hope the Saintess Lord won't take it to heart. The Saintess smiled awkwardly, you are really an interesting person. I won't do that, of course I have my own struggles. The Saintess quickly moved to the central door. To put an end to the hellish ordeal of Lingwei City, we need to destroy the bloodstone located at the center below this castle. She continued to explain, and I, or everyone in Lingwei City, are all secretly cursed by the secret blood cult with a high-level curse. This door starts to absorb mutated blood, preventing us from ever approaching the center of the castle, let alone leaving Lingwei City. This high-level curse, even I cannot break, I can only helplessly watch everyone suffer. Yiwu stepped forward and touched the door. When my hand was placed on it, everything remained normal, no anomalies appeared like before. The Saintess questioned back, so, are you doubting what I said? Yiwu replied, be careful outside above all, I do not intend to target you. Please don't take it to heart. He turned and asked further, moreover, our goal is also the bloodstone. As long as we cut off its connection to the sacrificial altar of the secret blood cult, we can put an end to their control over the living and the dead, right? The Saintess immediately shook her head, saying, not enough yet. Your life and death are controlled by a spell-generating machine in a high tower inside the castle. Both must be severed to break the curse. Yiwu seemed to have realized the issue. Got it. You and your sister have helped us, and we will surely help, but when the time comes, your sister will truly die. Can you really bear it? The Saintess's expression changed immediately as she said, the relationship between me and her may not be as you think. Yiwu didn't want to pry further. Alright, I won't ask too much about your family matters, as long as you have the determination. Laguna, we cannot delay, let's enter the castle. Earlier, Laguna quickly followed, understood. The saintess said, wait, before entering, I will grant the two of you a blessing. This blessing can enhance your attributes. Laguna immediately became curious, a blessing? The blessing from the saintess Lord, can we really receive it? Without hesitation, the saintess immediately summoned a prayer, Heavenly Tree of Glory, the world enjoys peace, please heed my prayer, absolve false sins, and grant protection to these two. She continued, use holy light to protect them. Laguna was immediately shocked, with the blessing of the saintess Lord, I feel much stronger. Yiwu smiled awkwardly, this blessing is indeed very powerful. Even I can sense a significant enhancement. But for Laguna right now, it is at most just a comforting effect. The entire space was then enveloped by a strange atmosphere. The sound of bells rang out everywhere. Laguna struggled to withstand the immense sound of the bells and the eerie pressure. What is happening? The saintess collapsed to the ground, in pain, covering her ears, not good. The blood cult in the city has detected our presence. They are summoning all the living in the dead of Lingwei City. Yiwu tried to calm down, summoning the dead? What does this mean? The saintess shook her head, her voice full of helplessness, I'm not sure. This situation has never occurred before. Could it be? She paused, her gaze suddenly revealing seriousness. They sensed a life-threatening threat, so the secret blood cult, even risking everything, must find a way to eliminate us. What is the source of this threat? The saintess immediately pointed at Laguna, it must be because of you. The overwhelming blood energy you unleashed earlier has attracted their attention. Laguna was astonished, really? I didn't mean to. The barrier was breached. The saintess shouted, if that's the case. Saintess became more serious, tens of thousands of dead from Lingwei City will be coming towards us. Laguna stood up to reassure, no need to worry, Saintess Lord. Tens of thousands of dead are not scary. Please hide behind me, and let me handle everything. Saintess hesitated, what? What? Her face turned bright red, shy, you. Are you an idiot? Tell me, do you have this capability or not? Right now, the best solution is for you all to quickly get inside the castle, right? The castle door is right in front of us, why waste time dealing with the dead? You all hurry and enter for me. Yiwu calmly stepped inside, it can't be that easy. If I were the secret blood cult, after the illusionary barrier was broken, they would definitely set up another barrier. Yiwu placed his hand on and sensed the barrier. Indeed, after the bell stopped, a new magical barrier has been set up. It seems there are high-level experts commanding within the castle. Laguna shouted, Yiwu, get out of the way. Let me break it. Laguna moved forward, this magical barrier is tougher than I imagined. It seems it'll take some time. Saintess was getting increasingly flustered, right now, everyone is an enemy. How can you still smile at this moment? What is wrong with you two? The corpses had moved closer to the center, a crowded throng jostling on the path, it's over, they're coming in fast again. Saintess used her powers to try to suppress them, due to the curse, my magic does not work on the barrier of the castle. So I'm holding off these corpses. You all need to think of a way to break the barrier to the castle. Laguna was trying harder and harder, I want to hurry up too. However, this magical barrier is more peculiar than I thought, like trying to cut through cotton. My power is completely neutralized. Yiwu had a few thoughts in his mind, it seems this time the secret blood cult is launching a major offensive, but the more fiercely we resist, the more it proves we can capture them. After thinking for a moment, Yiwu made a suggestion, Laguna, stop the slashing, try using blood attacks instead. Laguna immediately agreed. All right, he said and then entered an attack stance. The corrosive blood created a crack in the barrier. However, the door still didn't budge, even with the attacks, it wouldn't break. The crack was quickly corroded and repaired. Is the secret blood cult really that formidable? Yu seemed to realize something. No, based on previous combat experience, the secret blood cult cannot possibly defeat you. There must be a problem here. Laguna spoke increasingly flustered. Yu, what should we do now? Yu thought for a moment and proposed, we must decide to use fresh blood for transformation, applying absolute power to show them that, against this strength, any enemy will be useless. Don't hold back, attack with full force for me. Upon receiving the order, Laguna immediately used Blood Colossus, starting to continuously attack the door. Meanwhile, over here, the Saintess was still struggling against the undead. In her heart, a vague hope remained. Don't worry, what I promised you will soon be fulfilled. You will soon be liberated from this suffering. The monsters attacked more and more fiercely, but the Saintess did not waver. She recalled a moment from before, when the survivors had looked at her with eyes full of respect. Look, it's the Saintess Lord, she has come to bless us again. One person in the crowd spoke up, their face full of reverence. Saintess Lord, you should also take care to rest, don't exhaust yourself just from taking care of us. Another person chimed in, their voice full of gratitude. With the blessing of the Saintess Lord, I feel that my strange illness has improved by more than half already. The sacrifices and faith of these people warmed the Saintess's heart more than ever, but she knew she had to continue fighting, she could not stop. Returning to the present, the words of the people from before echoed in Saintess's mind. Thank you, Saintess Lord, I will definitely let you rest in peace, and at the same time, I will make the hybrid remnants of the secret blood cult pay the price. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Kalina, long time no see, sister of humanity. Seeing Kalia's figure approach, Kalina was overjoyed. Sister. Kalia gently said, you are still stubbornly immersed in the light of the Saintess. Can't you pull yourself out? I know you care deeply for those kind-hearted people, so do I. If not, I wouldn't have helped bury their bodies. But now. Kalia extended her hand. You've done as you wished for so long, it's time to pull back. Come here with me, or else I'll be angry. Laguna struggled to stand, exhausted. I've used all my strength, why is it still ineffective? The expression on Laguna's face was one of great concern. The recovery speed of the magic barrier enveloping this castle keeps pace with my destructive power. I always feel as if it's the same kind of power that I'm using. Yiwu heard this and began to ponder, the same kind of power? Then it can be explained. Yiwu presented his reasoning. The secret blood cult uses the blood of the ancient god to assimilate the fragments of the haunting starlight. The main purpose is to exploit the power of those fragments. If they have truly succeeded, things could become very difficult. In the underground sacrificial altar, at the center of the castle, the members of the Blood Shadow cult were trying their best. One of them shouted, it hurts so much, I can't hold on anymore. Use the blood and flesh of the sacrifice for a beautiful and unlimited future. The followers cried out in fear, Lord, to maintain this protective barrier, we need to consume flesh beyond what we anticipated. The great priest is still very stubborn, refusing to loosen up. The gap left by the dead must be filled by the living, we absolutely cannot allow outsiders to ruin our century-long plan. Another follower continued to explain, but the appetite of Bloodstone was too great. Another person spoke up, the living devotees are running low. If we continue to expend resources at this rate, we won't be able to hold on much longer. Nevertheless, the great priest did not relent. Don't speak to me with useless words. If you can't make it, you should fill the gap yourself. The assimilation of Bloodstone is just one final step away. There absolutely cannot be any unforeseen events. On the outside, Laguna was still trying to break the barrier. Saintess Kalina was extremely worried, having thought, this time we could finally rely on two trustworthy people, but the result is still not good, is it? Seeing this, Kalia urged, do you still have time to look elsewhere, little sister? She tried to remind her, it's thanks to the protective magic that I gave you before. Although I'm in a state of death now, at least my consciousness is still clear. Isn't this a chance given to us by heaven to be together forever? She angrily brandished her sword and charged towards Kalina. Why do you want to destroy this rare opportunity? I know you want to take revenge for me and the people of Lingwei City, those who were killed by the secret blood cult. But if you break the control, then we really have to say goodbye. Isn't it better this way? Kalina tried to persuade her. It's not like that, sister. She explained, her voice filled with emotion. I lost you once, and I still cannot forget the grief and anger from that time. My body trembles with each beat. But you, the one who stands before me with this consciousness, do not bring me joy in our reunion. On the contrary, it only makes me feel more grief and anger. And what about everyone in the city? Kalina looked at her sister, tears filling her resolute eyes. I am the saintess, and I absolutely will not allow the bodies of the people to be exploited by the secret blood cult. She was getting angrier and angrier. Why don't you understand? For me, capturing the lure is not important. What I want is just for us to be together. As long as we are forever by each other's side, nothing else matters. Kalina couldn't control her emotions any longer. I also want to be forever with you, but absolutely not like this. Everything now is a twisted illusion. I have to change all of this. She was extremely furious. You foolish little sister. This world is inherently fake and warped. The closer you get to the leader of the Hunters Guild, the more you understand the nature of this world. My reliance on that small body and power of yours will not change anything. A stream of red blood oozed from her eyes. If you feel that because of life and death we cannot reach forever, making you a dead person like me, then we can be together forever. Yi Wu turned to look at the two sisters. A duel between sisters? The longer we stay with her, the less control the captain will have over her consciousness. And looking at the appearance of the saintess, she also won't last much longer. We must immediately enter the fortress for the saintess to escape. Yi Wu took out several vials of medicine. At first, he was worried, because he was afraid Laguna couldn't withstand the effects of the medicine. He had been reluctant to use it. However, now he couldn't think much more. He threw the vials of medicine towards Laguna. Come on. Laguna's entire body immediately underwent a transformation. He felt a surge of power from within, suddenly feeling so strong that he could almost fly. Laguna continued to move forward, breaking through the barrier. This exhilarating feeling was wonderful. He was filled with strength that seemed inexhaustible. The barrier was instantly shattered. Laguna stepped inside, opening the door for Yi Wu. Once the barrier was completely neutralized, Laguna looked at his achievement and felt pleased. Finally, I can get in. I will destroy this place from the inside. Yi Wu squinted to observe. I don't understand why this guy is acting like this. Could it be a side effect of the medicine? At that moment, the saintess looked inside, her eyes brimming with tears. Thank you, take care. The door immediately slammed shut before his eyes. Yi Wu pondered, recalling her words. What did she just say? Why couldn't I hear clearly? He felt, her words and expressions seemed full of emotion, something very complex, like a thank you or a farewell. Laguna was now continuing to smash the furniture inside. I've lost my patience. Now let's go. It feels like with one hand I could crush all the scum of the secret blood cult. Laguna was becoming more and more frenzied. Call me king, call me demon, I must turn this place into my bloody kingdom. Yi Wu, seeing the powerful effect of the drug on Laguna, forced a laugh. Oh, it seems I shouldn't do that again next time. Below the secret passage, the followers were activating the spell-generating machine. I've heard that in the underground altar area, there have already been quite a few deaths. We're assigned here to protect this spell-generating machine. How fortunate we are. The team leader approached, admonishing in a stern voice, Lazy ones, you are too lazy. As the most devoted followers of the ancient god, being able to dedicate ourselves to it is our highest honor. Everyone should admire those comrades who have fallen in battle, not sit here feeling secretly pleased. If anyone is afraid of death, they can just go and die on their own. I don't want to die alongside you. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. What was that? Why is the roof of the tall tower being cut off? Another person panicked. This place has a high-level magical barrier protecting it. Yi Wu and Laguna advanced, and as soon as they stepped into the underground altar, they sensed the gloomy and murderous atmosphere. In the sky, two figures suddenly appeared. Yi Wu, on high alert, shouted loudly, "It's an enemy ambush! Swear to protect the magic generation device. Concentrate fire and attack." Yi Wu's call was like a rallying cry. The followers below echoed in unison, "Fellow comrades! The moment we demonstrate our worth for the god has finally arrived. Let's fight! Fight until not a single corpse remains." Without hesitation, Laguna charged down to attack the enemy. His sword was sharp, and he swung it fiercely, obliterating the target. He coldly laughed, "Turning to dust is not a bad way to die." As Laguna finished his attack, his expression turned wild, a frenzy filling his eyes. He laughed arrogantly, "Why did it shatter with just one hit? Weren't their spells supposed to be very tough?" Behind him, Yi Wu observed, thinking to himself, "No wonder he is anti-faction account. The more corrupted, the stronger." It seems that only madness and destruction can unleash the true power of the Nightmare Sovereign. Without delay, Yi Wu flew up to support. "Next, we must find the secret passage leading to the underground altar. This cannot be resolved solely through strength." Laguna quickly moved behind him, his voice low but resolute. "I will try to control my frenzy, but I cannot guarantee that I will manage." In the underground altar, the scene was filled with sorrow and chaos. Followers lay sprawled on the ground, their cries echoing everywhere, "It hurts. Our blood is about to be drained dry. No, we can't bear it any longer. Our bodies have reached their limit." The great priest continued to shout, "Persevere for me. You useless, worthless fools, as followers of the most beloved deity, is this all you have in mind?" The flock of worshippers tried to explain, "We truly have given our all. Right now, there is hardly any flesh and blood body left to provide for the bloodstone." The great priest displayed a fierce demeanor, "Hardly any? Aren't you all still alive? Even if there's only one of you left, you must make it for me." In his heart, he thought, "But who on earth are those outsiders who can disrupt the strongest defensive formation of mine?" Fortunately, the entrance to the sacrificial altar is extremely secretive, outsiders will never be able to find it. Suddenly, a flustered worshipper rushed in. "No, it's not good, great priest, the magic generator has been destroyed." Hearing this news, the great priest was taken aback. "How is this possible? The magic generator was hidden in one of the tall towers of the castle. How could the enemy find it in such a short time?" Immediately, the altar doors were breached, and someone had stormed into the underground sacrificial altar. The group of worshippers surrounded the great priest to protect him. The great priest immediately roared, "No! This secret altar cannot be found." "Why?" Yi Wu calmly stepped inside. "Don't underestimate my greed, I have plenty of time to search for treasures." The great priest felt incredibly confused. "Who are you?" The surrounding worshippers began to get excited. "Phew, you scared me, I thought the opponent had many people. Turns out it's just a weakling. You guys don't need to interfere, just give me this fragile one for a free kill." Just then, Laguna appeared, exclaiming, "What the hell?" The worshippers seemed to have been choked, and Laguna, very excited, sneered, "My brothers, do you think you're worthy?" The great priest saw the bodies of the worshippers lying on the ground and became anxious. "That was too fast, I didn't even catch a glimpse of his attack. Wait, that outfit of his." The high priest immediately shouted, "You are a member of the Hunters Guild. Do you even realize what you've done? In my capacity as the great priest of this congregation, I command you to kneel and plead for mercy. Given your significant power, the acolytes might grant you a chance to atone by offering yourself to the deity." Upon hearing this, Laguna burst into laughter. "What a high position you have, great priest, but I'm not your dog. Why should I listen to you?" At this moment, the great priest was scared. "Dog, could it be that you—" In the blink of an eye, the great priest was brought down. He struggled to heal his wounds. How can he control the blood? How did he gain such strange powers like those of the ancient god? Could it be that he is one of the Hunters Guild sent to kill me? The great priest sneered mockingly, his voice full of disdain. "Don't joke around. I have the ancient god's blessing, you won't be able to kill me." Don't let the Hunters Guild deceive you anymore. They can't save the world, but you can. The only one who can save the world is my god, Blood Mystery Lord Baird. That is also why I joined the secret blood cult. This is my great love. Laguna, upon hearing this, chuckled lightly. Isn't it a coincidence? Just as I came here to destroy the world, you appeared unexpectedly. What did you say? The great priest exclaimed in shock. Laguna slowly stepped forward, his gaze icy. Of course, I am not a member of the Hunters Guild. I am killing you not for a mission, but for revenge. The great priest quickly retreated, his voice trembling. Wait. You hear me out, there has been a misunderstanding. Ryo's death was not my fault. Not having the chance to finish his words, the great priest was pierced through by a series of lances. Damn it! His blood manipulation ability surpasses imagination. My healing efficiency can't keep up with the attack speed of the blood religion. Laguna's eyes were emotionless, devoid of any feeling. Now I give you a chance. Try to remember how many times you told your subordinates to stab Ryo with long spears, because today I will stab you exactly that many times. If you survive, I will let you go. The great priest frowned, his expression suggesting he was trying to recall. It was such a long time ago, how could I remember clearly? The lances drove deeper and deeper, forcing him to no longer deny. 6 times. No. Wait, it was 7. 8 times. I remember now, it was definitely 8. You have stabbed me 6 times already, and the other 2 you must not go back on your word. Laguna's expression turned sinister. 8 times? Let's say you're right. So what? Do you really believe the words of someone prepared to destroy the world? In this life, you've truly lived in vain. Immediately, other lances continued to pierce through the body of the great priest. What? You're not saying anything anymore? After completing the revenge, Laguna finally returned to his original form. Ryo, your master, I've repaid him twice over. Next, all I need to do is absorb this fragment of the shadow of the stars, and I can gain the strongest power, opening the path of destruction and rebuilding. At this moment, Laguna wanted to move closer to take the fragment, but then realized the problem. What? The fragment not only rejects my absorption but also actively attacks me? Yiwu spoke up to caution. Stay away from that fragment, Laguna, there is something wrong with it. In his heart, he thought, my previous hesitation is proving true. This fragment of the shadow of the stars has really been assimilated with the blood of the ancient god? Laguna still insisted on forcibly absorbing it. This fragment not only repulses my absorption but also actively draws my blood. Fine, let's see in the end who absorbs whom. Laguna cursed, determined to try once more, but Yiwu stepped forward to try to stop him. Don't act recklessly, Laguna, don't let your current emotions mislead you. The situation is still unclear, we should retreat and reassess. Laguna remained stubborn, following his own will. Damn it, just as the strongest power is within reach, this situation arises. I truly cannot accept it. Yiwu tried to reassure, surely you have some understanding of this, right? What is going on? Why does the shard reject Laguna? I didn't expect Laguna's spirit to appear like this at this moment. But I can feel that this shard truly belongs to me. However, it seems to have been invaded and corroded by some kind of power, severing it and preventing it from merging. Yiwu immediately realized the issue. It seems my speculation was not wrong. The shard must have been eroded by the blood of the ancient god Baird, becoming uncontrollable. If we want to merge the shard, we must neutralize the effects of its blood power. If Laguna continues to lose control, what are we waiting for? Let's go resolve this now. He looked around and continued, the headquarters of the secret blood cult must be underground in this castle. I will smash this place, there's no way we won't find it. Yiwu scanned the surroundings and frowned, that's not right. The environment around this altar doesn't seem like it has hidden passages. The spirit immediately suggested, Laguna, you can try touching the shard again, using the blood vessels spread throughout the ground of the shard to sense the environment and the life energy. However, you will have to endure the pain caused by the shard's attack. Laguna said fiercely. Compared to my rage, Laguna directly thrust his hand in. This little pain is nothing. The atmosphere outside immediately changed. He gradually sensed something strange. It seemed that a heartbeat echoed. Wait, why is this happening? In the entire Lingwei city, besides me and Yi Wu, there can only be one life force detectable. Yi Wu offered a hypothesis that unique life must be Kalina. This proves that besides those who are performing the sacrificial ritual, there are no other members of the secret blood cult in Lingwei city. Suddenly, Laguna realized something. Wait, does this mean that young lady Christina is also dead? Laguna began to go mad. Damn it, even if I have to dig the ground, I will definitely unearth that bastard of the secret blood cult and crush him to death. Although this thought was somewhat unintentional, the truth is that Christina's death was already destined. Compared to her, this pain is nothing. Yi Wu contemplated for a long time and then said, I am more concerned about the strangeness of this secret blood cult. Theoretically, their headquarters must be in Lingwei City, but this scale is far too small compared to expectations. So, what are they really hiding and where? It's a pity that the dead cannot speak the truth. If only we could capture a dying cultist and ask him. The open space gate has emerged, the ceiling has opened, and dark tentacles begin to rush in, seemingly wanting to seize the fragments. Laguna struggles to stand guard, his anger boiling but with no outlet to vent. He roars, watch me tear you apart. Just then, Yi Wu suddenly intervenes. Wait, Laguna. These tentacles can lead us to the headquarters of the secret blood cult. Laguna, surprised, responds, what? Yi Wu immediately flies up high, explaining as he goes, before, we made a mistake by thinking habitually. We always assumed that the headquarters of the secret blood cult was underground, but perhaps they are in a place we never imagined. Laguna quickly follows, a place we never imagined? Both look toward the retreating tentacles. They are descending from the sky, completely contrary to their initial expectations. Yi Wu firmly asserts, that's right, the headquarters of the secret blood cult could be in the sky. Laguna suddenly notices something new. Yi Wu, look over there. There are two other tentacles, they seem to be wrapping something and pulling it up to the sky. Yi Wu glances over and sees the figures of two people being pulled up. He exclaims, it's Christina and father. Great, they are still alive. Laguna breathes a sigh of relief. I couldn't sense them earlier, probably because they were being pulled up by the tentacles, out of the range of Lingwei City. Laguna smiles lightly, his anger now transformed into determination. Let's go, we must rescue them. Yi Wu spoke to stop. Wait, don't step into the forest carelessly. Let's go over there and take a look first before we talk. Dark clouds gradually spread across the sky. Laguna, flying behind, asked, could this really be the headquarters of the secret blood cult? A blood-red flying ship suddenly appeared. Yi Wu observed it carefully and concluded, hidden in the dark clouds above Lingwei City. No wonder no one has detected it. He stared for a while, sighed, this is indeed beyond my expectations. The technology in this world has reached such a level. Laguna, witnessing the scene before him, couldn't hide his astonishment. It's a flying ship. I've heard that only the royal family possesses one, and it requires an enormous amount of resources to build. Does the secret blood cult really have one? How surprising. The two continued to observe. Laguna wanted to enter. Yi Wu said, the fragments and young lady Christina have been taken by the tentacles into different sections of the flying ship. Now that we know the location of the secret blood cult, we no longer need to avoid them. Laguna nodded but still looked skeptical. Yi Wu urged him, Laguna, let go, let's destroy it. But remember to keep the core of the flying ship. Upon hearing this, Laguna immediately became excited. Great! I've been holding back for so long. Finally, I can vent my feelings. Alert system, warning. Warning. Enemy ambush detected. Initiating automatic defense mechanism. On the ship, all firepower was activated to attack. Laguna nimbly dodged, extremely excited at the prospect of battle. He shouted loudly, "Is that all the firepower you have? Not enough to get me excited." Laguna charged forward, slicing through the tentacles around him, commanding his subordinates, "Destroy them all for me." Meanwhile, the members of the secret blood cult were chanting incantations. Even at the cost of sacrificing the underground altar branch, they had no regrets. They knew their efforts would not be in vain. The bloodstone had been fully nurtured. Cindy Rojas stood at the forefront, beginning to use the summoning technique. As she waved her hand, the space seemed to be crushed. She proclaimed, "Welcome our God, the Dark Blood Secret Lord, the Great and Majestic Baird." Immediately, Cindy Roja ordered, "Open the top door of the flying ship. Release the energy of the bloodstone." The subordinates responded in unison, "Yes." From the void, a myriad of tentacles extended forth. The members of the secret blood cult, having prepared for over 100 years, were now incredibly excited. They cheered, "Our God is finally descending." The scene was truly magnificent. They felt honored to witness the posture of the ancient god's descent. With the blood of the god and all the flesh and blood in Lingwei City, they had nurtured the bloodstone without any rejection from the ancient god. This time, the god will surely descend. The progress of the divine descent reached 5%. Cindy Roja was extremely worried. The pace was still too slow, and he understood that it was urgent to complete it before the energy from the bloodstone ran out. He ordered, "Immediately activate the anti-gravity energy link and accelerate the divine descent process." A subordinate spoke up to oppose, "My lord, everything is still stable at the moment. Why take the risk to accelerate? If we do so, the flying ship may very well collapse under the immense energy pressure." Cindy Roja was unfazed, his gaze resolute, "My command is the divine decree. Who dares to doubt?" As soon as the words left his mouth, his cold glare silenced any opposition from his subordinates. They all responded in unison, "Yes, my lord." It seemed that Cindy Roja was still lost in a state of fanaticism. He continued, his voice filled with determination, "This is the last chance for the divine descent. No mistakes are allowed. We must dedicate everything to the deity." The subordinates echoed loudly, "Dedicate everything to the deity. Dedicate everything to the deity." At this moment, Lingwei City appeared to be engulfed in flames. The progress of the divine descent had reached 10%. The anti-gravity energy link was unofficially activated. Cindy Roja shouted, "Finally, it's beginning. Accelerate! Accelerate!" A series of tentacles emerged from the void, tearing apart the air around them. The divine descent process quickly increased to 20%. Cindy Roja was still not satisfied, "Not enough. Still not enough." He shouted, his voice urgent, "Increase the power transmission capacity quickly. Accelerate the descent of the god. The current progress is only 45%. A violent shock occurred. The computer's voice rang out, full of warnings, "Warning! The power transmission capacity has exceeded its limit. The power transmission capacity has exceeded its limit." Ignoring the warnings, Cindy Roja remained stubborn. He shouted loudly, "Continue. Increase the power. Faster, faster, faster. Warning! Cut the ground energy link. Cut the ground energy link." At this moment, his body gradually began to materialize, but the descent of the god only reached 85%. Cindy Roja looked at the situation and roared, "No! It can't be like this. The plan we have been preparing for over 100 years, is it really going to be destroyed?" At the space gate, the body of the ancient god was stuck tight. A mocking voice rang out from the other side, "Hey, I also consider myself to have seen the world, but this situation is truly a first experience. Indeed, this is a perfect testament to the mechanization of divinity." Yi Wu and Laguna were still intently observing, their eyes fixed on the beast. In its current desperate state, the beast struggled but to little effect. Yi Wu sighed and spoke, "Your thing is not very reliable. The majesty of the ancient god has been completely lost because of you. Laguna glanced over and replied, "The duration of the side effects of the drug is too short. You need to find a way to dispel it quickly." He nodded in distress and immediately went to handle his situation. Meanwhile, Laguna returned to her original state, her expression pensive. She unexpectedly remarked, "I didn't expect the secret blood cult to be so powerful. To reach this level, they must have accumulated and arranged for hundreds of years. However, even so, we cannot allow the ancient god to descend easily." Hearing this, Yi Wu frowned and asked, "So what should we do next?" "We need to take action immediately." Laguna replied, her face still worried, "The energy of the fragment is being depleted. Regardless of whether you want to help the ancient god descend or destroy it, you must be quick. Otherwise, everything will become useless." Yi Wu silently considered and ultimately decided to summon the system. He spoke, "System, can I use the magic crystal to summon the ancient god in this world?" The system responded in a cold voice, "The progress of the main mission exceeds 30%. The summoning type magic crystal can be used normally." Hearing this, Yi Wu breathed a sigh of relief, telling himself, "That's good then." He immediately summoned the eye of the ancient god Lacan to appear. "Come forth, big eye." Laguna below was extremely frightened. Is that an ancient god up in the sky? Questions continued to arise from the souls. Why is there a second ancient god in this world? Isn't Baird's god the only deity? Why does it descend so easily, while Baird's god faces such difficulty? What does this ancient god want by appearing now? One person in the crowd exclaimed, "No. I feel my faith is about to collapse." At this moment, Yi Wu slowly stepped forward. He shouted, "You secret blood cult truly embarrass yourselves, wasting over 100 years. Cindy Roja, upon seeing Yi Wu, trembled. He pressed on, "What do you actually want?" In his heart, a whirlwind of questions spiraled. Is this second god's child summoned out by that kid? What kind of divine being is he that he can easily summon an ancient god all by himself? Yi Wu immediately commanded Lacan, "Big Eye, you have the ability to tear the dimensional space. Help the beast successfully descend. With you, that must be easy, right?" At that moment, the entire space began to twist, and raging winds blew fiercely. The crowd became excited. "Look! The dimensional rift is being torn open. This is the work of another ancient god. Could it be?" Laku immediately retracted its power, causing the entire dimensional space to shatter instantly. "It is helping us." As soon as the beast completed its descent, the people below began to express their admiration. What is beauty? What is strength? Is this the dark blood secret Lord Baird of Wu Chen? A voice shouted out, "Praise God, worship God." The worshippers went wild. One person shouted, "I can feel it. I can feel it. The power of the God is flowing within me. The God and we are all praising God, worshipping God." The noise was incessant. Yi Wu and Laguna stood inside the barrier, talking to each other. "I feel powerless all over." Yi Wu said, "Not only the people of the secret blood cult but even we, protected by the eye demon, cannot escape the influence of the ancient god's power. The moment the beast descended, the blood in all our bodies mutated. Our blood circulation slowed down, causing me pain and leaving me without strength." Laguna nodded, continuously pounding his chest as he spoke. "The blood circulation of the secret blood cult members has accelerated, making them restless and frenzied. As long as there is blood circulation in the body, it is affected by the power of the dark blood secret lord. Even I cannot escape it." Yi Wu embraced his aching body, his voice filled with worry. Such a strange power. This really is hard to deal with. The group of church members was immediately crushed. What is happening here? Cindy Roja felt the blood in her body boiling, then suddenly exploding from within. In front of that scene, she became even more excited. Don't be afraid. This is the deity granting us supreme power. Hold on. As long as we can absorb this source of energy, the entire world will be at our feet. So, let your body and spirit relax, feel grateful. However, the group of ritualists exploded one by one in pain. Cindy Roja finally realized the truth: this is not a blessing from the deity. We are your most loyal believers. Everything we do is for you. Why? Why do you treat us this way? Baird laughed loudly, his tone full of mockery. A bunch of stupid insects. You dare to ask for blessings? You used the power of the shadow of the stars to make me suffer so much. The fact that you die intact is already the greatest favor I grant you. Cindy Roja cried, her voice choked. No. We are your most loyal believers, having devoted over a century and countless human lives to welcome your descent. Although the process was difficult and prolonged, at least you succeeded in descending. Even if we have no merit, we have toiled. Then why do you want to punish us? Baird continued to roar. 100 years? So what? In my eyes, it's just a blink of an eye, basically not worth mentioning. Sin Roja fell into a frenzy. Praise God, worship God, the deity is always right. No, no. We have been abandoned by the deity. Our faith is wrong. Kill the deity, destroy the deity. Damn it! How could I doubt the deity? No, the one at fault is the deity. It is the deity who has betrayed us. Kill him. He is not our God. The leader of the church was now completely in a state of depravity, continuously shouting, blasphemy. Blasphemy. Truly blasphemous. Even if he is a god, he cannot blaspheme against our beliefs. That damn god. Baird lightly flew up, easily evading the attack. He smiled faintly. Useless trash, even the struggle before death is so weak and powerless. At this moment, Laguna and DPHLO appeared before Baird. Laguna looked at him, his voice full of surprise. I am quite surprised. You can actually control my kind. Though you are just a lowly being, without you, I would not have been able to descend successfully. Laguna continued, you have the qualifications to become my subordinate. Kneel and pay homage to me, the contract of servitude will be fulfilled. Yi Wu smirked and said, become your subordinate? No, no. Helping you descend is just to smoothly make you my little brother. Baird was surprised to hear that, his eyes widened. What? Immediately after, he returned to a frenzied state, roaring, huh? The tiny humanity dares to speak such arrogant words? Don't you value the path to survival I have left? You humans have truly never disappointed me. Yi Wu shrugged, appearing calm. It's fine. As long as there's fresh blood flowing in your body, you are not useless at all. Laguna immediately charged forward from behind to assist in the attack. Baird sneered, oh really? The blood in your body makes me crave it. He hesitated slightly upon seeing Laguna. You possess the power of the shadow of the stars within you, but that power is still extremely weak. Laguna didn't say more and continued to attack furiously. Think whoever is stronger, just fight and you'll find out. Laguna shouted loudly. Baird laughed coldly, his red eyes gleaming with cruelty. You are the source of all misfortunes. Killing you is my only chance to start over. Yi Wu curled his lip. You're not to be underestimated either, but it's truly interesting. Strong as we are, we still can't escape the bindings of fate. But you're still not strong enough. And I am not at my peak either. Fighting like this isn't fun at all. He suddenly shifted his attention, his eyes lighting up. I sense a large number of life forms over there. Is that the royal city of this country? Then let's start from there. Baird roared like a wild beast, hurry up and think of a way to become stronger, kid. After that, we will take this world as our arena and slaughter to our heart's content. Ha ha. Baird laughed loudly, then immediately flew away. Before leaving, he said, for now, I will spare your lives. Yi Wu watched Baird's retreating figure, feeling confused inside. He murmured, oh no. This guy has a very strange blood control ability. Don't say that mere humans like us, even the eyed demon before was clearly controlled by him. Yiwu flew straight up towards the airship, continuing to think, if I summon another ancient god and end up being controlled by him in return, it would be a loss. This guy is more troublesome than I thought. It seems that the only one who can emerge victorious in the end is Laguna. He paused, his gaze becoming resolute. In this timeline, I still have to go through it myself. Laguna was standing still inside, as if waiting for something. Yiwu continued to analyze. Although I can withstand Bet's bizarre blood control ability, my strength is much weaker than his. Nevertheless, this is the only hope. I must absorb energy from the fragments to have a chance of winning. Yiwu spoke up to advise, but his heart was still full of doubts. After the disturbances caused by the secret blood cult before, how much power is left in the remaining fragments? Laguna continued to strive to absorb the fragments. No matter how much was left, he had to absorb it. After that, he would head to the royal city to stop Baird. Rest assured, he reassured himself, there is still plenty of power, enough to defeat Baird. But suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. Laguna was startled and turned around. Who is there? A cold voice rang out, I am the father of young Lady Christina. Laguna was astonished, a fragment of spirit has appeared. Those are the star shadows, but there is no one truly in control of consciousness. Based on what do you think you can absorb me? The voice laughed coldly, only a strong consciousness is worthy of power. A weak consciousness like yours is ready to be absorbed by me. Ignoring the words, Laguna ran forward, I don't care who you are, but if you dare to control young Lady Christina, I will kill you. Just at that moment, Yiwu rushed forward to stop Laguna. Don't worry, Laguna, he said, his tone filled with caution, the situation is a bit strange. Don't get agitated. In Yiwu's mind he was pondering, how can a fragment manifest independent consciousness? This really goes beyond my expectations. It must be clarified. Yiwu immediately stepped forward. He asked, his voice resolute, even if you have consciousness, you are still useless. You do not adhere to common rules and have been eroded by the blood of the ancient god. Ultimately, you remain merely a fragment. No matter how great your power, your consciousness remains weak. The shattered spirit immediately replied, haha. You think you can anger me and extract words from me at the same time? A tiny little ant like you, your courage and intelligence are truly commendable. He immediately concealed his attitude but then laughed, huh? Interesting. You are far more interesting than I imagined. On the outside, you seem weak, but your strength is beyond measure. You learn to be my puppet better than anyone else. Suddenly, that spirit transformed into another entity. It seemed he had developed an independent consciousness, perhaps due to absorbing a large amount of flesh and blood from the ancient god. But as Yiwu once said, although his power was incredibly strong, his consciousness was extremely weak. Just cutting the connection between him and the two puppets would lead to victory. At that moment, the person on the other side continued to interfere. Hey, don't act like you're the dominant consciousness. It really makes one want to get angry. Christina and the father immediately felt the pain. That shattered spirit began to act, then let's use our puppets to decide who will be the final winner, to seize the dominant consciousness. Yiwu looked at the two in front of him and calmly said, the goal is clear now. It's your turn to take action, Laguna. Yiwu at the back supported, young Lady Christina. Father, both of you quickly wake up. You are both experts who have fought in hundreds of battles, don't easily let yourselves be taken over like this. The spirit on this side was still desperately trying to assist, stop doing meaningless things. Their bodies and consciousness have been completely taken over by the power of the fragment. It can't be separated any longer. The only way to free them is to kill them. Why haven't you attacked yet? The higher their integration, the more dangerous we are. Yiwu was also very anxious at this moment. Laguna slightly shook his head and responded, I understand your thoughts. If it were a different situation, I would support it. But now the ancient god has descended. This country, this world, everyone is facing a catastrophe of extinction. We no longer have time. You must quickly absorb the power of the fragment before the ancient god destroys everything. If someone else does it, this destruction and rebirth will have no meaning at all. Laguna was still struggling with his thoughts. He lowered his head, his voice heavy. I understand everything you say, but I cannot take action. The image of Christina keeps appearing in my mind. I am the one who promised to protect her for life. Immediately, a decisive slash was brought down. Laguna recalled his childhood, when he was training in martial arts. Why? Why won't they let me join the Hunter Guild? Everyone has their prejudices against me. It's so annoying. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. If you want to join the Hunter Guild, just knowing how to chop wood won't do anything. Christina appeared, radiant like a beam of light. She was already at level 90. Moreover, she was incredibly beautiful. Who is she? Nevertheless, Laguna instantly turned away. Even though her level was much higher than mine, she doesn't understand. Belief is the most important thing. Don't think that my current low level means anything. As long as I have faith, I will grow stronger. Soon, I will become the strongest hunter. At this decisive moment, Laguna still tormented himself. But the ignorant fools in the Hunter Guild couldn't care less about that faith. Furthermore, they kept mocking me. Truly despicable, it couldn't possibly be more despicable. Suddenly, Christina spoke softly, her tone comforting. If the Hunter Guild is filled with nothing but ignorant scoundrels, why do you still want to join? Laguna's entire body trembled. Of course, because he had just returned, his face full of determination. Joining the Hunters Guild is my lifelong dream. Even if there are parasites within the guild, as long as I am strong enough, I will cleanse them out. Hearing these words, Christina could not help but be surprised. A young man like him already had such grand ambitions. How interesting. Laguna immediately turned away, his face showing signs of embarrassment. I really got carried away with my anger. I said such things to someone unrelated. You basically wouldn't understand. From behind, the subordinate stepped forward. Commander Christina, we should set off now. Laguna heard this and fell backward in shock, his eyes wide. Why you? You're the commander of the Hunters Guild? Christina radiated an air of integrity. Your name is Laguna, right? I will remember the words you said today. I will wait for you at the Hunters Guild and also look forward to the day you become the strongest hunter. Laguna's face turned red, feeling shy. There are such beautiful and kind people in this world. He stepped forward, grasped Christina's hand tightly, his eyes filled with determination. So if I become the strongest hunter, can I protect you for a lifetime? At this moment, Laguna was fighting with Christina. I know very well what is most important right now, but I cannot bring myself to harm her. Christina, young lady. Laguna's face twisted, clearly showing his distress. Christina has been my only motivation and hope over the past years. Now, asking me to kill her, this is beyond my strength. Seeing that scene, Yiwu also pondered. Laguna, I understand your suffering. I do not wish to force you. But this is your destiny. For me, and above all, for yourself, you must step into the abyss. If you cannot make a resolution, then let me help you. Please forgive my selfishness. Yiwu immediately summoned the ancient god. Come forth, Greed. Grandeur finally appeared, Greed Grandeur, ready at the king's command. Yiwu ordered, his gaze directed at Laguna. You shall influence his mind to amplify the greed for power within him. Grandeur accepted the command and laughed, full of interest. My king is not ordinary at all. Summoning me for the first time and already assigning me such a challenging task. This boy Laguna is very strong, but his mind has weakened significantly and is collapsing. However, to affect him, I must use my ultimate move. Amidst the inner conflicts and power struggles, the battle continued to escalate into a more intense phase than ever. Grandeur immediately used the technique Nine-Headed Serpent of Greed, but still spoke with a respectful tone. By the order of the Demon King, I dare not disobey. As for the summoning, using my power only requires payment. This time, I will give the king a discount. It could have been free, but the contract is above all. I hope you understand, my king. The serpent slowly slithered into Laguna's body. The 9 heads symbolized the strongest desires. Whoever was hit by this technique would have their ambitions amplified to the extreme, surpassing all other emotions. Laguna began to feel the change. He struggled against the surging feelings within him. Power? Why is my thirst for power stronger than before? It's becoming increasingly difficult to control. That's right. I should pursue power. Power is more important than anything. Only with true power can I change and hold on to everything. The power I desire, I must have. The spirit fragment within Laguna grew stronger by the moment. A voice echoed in his mind, "Oh, so you're finally reaching your limit? If so, let me accompany you a bit further. After that, you will become a part of me." Christina suddenly charged in, her gaze sharp as ice. She struck straight at Laguna's body, her decisive voice ringing out, "One strike, and we shall consider ourselves even." Christina's sharp sword cut a powerful line. The opponent couldn't react in time, and in that moment, everything seemed to pause. Laguna seemed to be under control. "Once, your smile saved my life, but now, you are killing me. Perhaps you are being controlled to do such things. However, in the end, it is because you are too weak. In this world, strength is the most important thing." Laguna held Christina tightly, breaking everything. "If I want to become the strongest, I must let go of the past, including you." Laguna tried to hold back his tears but couldn't. "Goodbye, Captain Christina." Instantly, Christina was submerged in a large pool of blood. Afterwards, Laguna continued to forcibly absorb the shard of crystal. "Why?" a voice echoed from the spirit fragment. "Why did you change so suddenly? You've completely become someone else. Where has your weak consciousness gone? Wasn't there a strong bond between you? How could you act like this? It's impossible." The spirit fragment seemed unable to accept this reality. "Wait, you have one. I am willing to become your power. I just ask you to return to me a bit of consciousness. I have struggled hard to gain my consciousness, and I do not want to lose it in vain like this. Out of respect for our past alliance, please give me a chance." At this moment, Laguna resembles a person wielding supreme power. The weak, unworthy of having their own consciousness, are suffering. The consciousness of the fragment seems to be in unbearable pain. You, on the fragment, are now faded, leaving only a resonating scream. Everything gradually sinks the remaining consciousness. I do not want to lose my consciousness. I do not want to return to the silent darkness. All sources of strength are flowing into Laguna's body. Strength? Is this the sensation of possessing boundless power? At last, I have obtained the strongest power. Laguna begins to unleash. "Rio, Christina, I will not let you down. This world is ruled by me, for you." The progress of the main task has reached 50%. The system announces, the host is returning to the enforced timeline. The remaining time is 20 days. At headquarters, Yiwu has finally returned to the real world. In each world, the fate of each person is different. But regardless of whether it is a happy end or a bad end, whether it is righteous or villainous, only supreme power can control one's fate. Yiwu is filled with contemplation. The enforced system wants me to complete the Shadow King, but what is the true purpose of this world line? Certainly, it is not simply to traverse the timeline once. Forget it, I shouldn't think about things that cannot be grasped right now. Currently, there are more important things to do. He turned and stepped into the command chamber according to priority. Next, the first thing to do is to fully accelerate the construction of the second safety zone, repair the safety walls in a wide area, and complete the construction of essential basic equipment in large areas like highways. Furthermore, it is known that the East region has the existence of 2 ancient gods. I also need to think of a way to take them, but now is not the time to take the initiative to strike. I will kill their people. The leaders of the East region will definitely focus their strength against me, so we also have to prepare good defenses for several waves of attacks. System notification, MOKONI requests to talk to you. The connection on the other end was established, and MOKONI asked, Yiwu, you need to come to the headquarters Han Mo, someone wants to meet you. Yiwu was a bit puzzled, who wants to meet me? MOKONI was very serious, who else could it be? It must be a woman. Who told you to be so popular? Yiwu froze upon hearing this, the words sounded increasingly uneasy. At this moment, at the headquarters Han Mo, Shueli had just entered and rushed to hug Yiwu, saying, Yiwu, I missed you so much. Yiwu asked in confusion, Shueli, why are you here? Shueli, still hugging Yiwu, said, of course, I'm here specifically to find you. It's been so long since we met, and it seems you've gotten stronger. Emochi saw this and turned to tease MOKONI, as expected of my sister who has experienced life. Facing this situation and still keeping calm is truly impressive. If you're going to act, then act, otherwise, the prey might be snatched away by someone else, and you'll regret it for a lifetime. MOKONI sulkily turned away and replied, shut up. Seeing the situation wasn't good, Mochi hurriedly comforted her, don't get worked up, I'm just reminding you. Heizun Long stepped forward and spoke up, since everyone already knows each other, I won't need to introduce anyone further. After saying that, he snapped his fingers. The system inside immediately announced the activation of the defense elevator, opened the soundproof barrier, transforming the room into a secure and private space. Yiwu felt confused and stepped forward to ask, what's going on? Why is there such strict defense and soundproofing? Heizun Long pointed ahead and answered, of course, there's a significant figure wanting to meet you. Let me introduce her first. This is Hua Yuyi, the Deputy Director of Angel's Realm Group, one of the 5 major powers in the East region. She oversees the culture and entertainment for this entire area. Shueli, the gifted singer you've heard of, is one of her prot-gs. You could say that most of the renowned artists in this region belong to her agency. Her connections are so extensive that it wouldn't be wrong to say she has ears and eyes everywhere. Hua Yi looked at Heizun Long, smiled, and said, Long, you flatter me too much. Don't let the young people misunderstand, entertainment culture really doesn't have any practical effect in this apocalypse. It's merely a place to express feelings. Yiwu unexpectedly spoke up, on the contrary, in an apocalypse like this, we need things of spiritual value even more. Entertainment culture is not only a balm for the soul but also an indispensable industry. Hua Yuyi smiled in response, you are quite an interesting young man. You are Yiwu, right? Indeed, the name carries weight. I have long wanted to thank you for the matter with Lei and I last time, but I never had the chance. I think expressing my gratitude in person is the best way to show my sincerity. Finally, I get to meet you. Yiwu stepped forward, shook hands with Hua Yuyi, and said, it's just a small matter, so you don't need to take it to heart, Sister Hua Yu. So the person Ko and I wanted me to meet was you. Mochi immediately turned to tease Mo Ko and I, when did he start calling you Ko and I? I didn't know that. Mo Ko and I blushed and shyly replied, shut up. No one sees you as food. Yiwu then turned to Hua Yuyi and asked, so you are the one from the East region looking for me? It must be about Wu and Shu and Juku, right? Hua Yuyi looked at him in surprise and replied, you have such an indifferent attitude towards a big matter like killing Wu and Shu and Juku? She said, no wonder you are who you are. That's right, I'm here because of this matter. It's not for nothing that I voted against when the leaders of the East region held a vote on whether to kill you or not. At this moment, those around suddenly realized. They exclaimed in surprise, what? The leaders of the East region want to kill Yiwu? Such a big issue has happened. Yiwu, you must be careful and take precautions. We will definitely stand behind you. Heizun Long stepped forward to pay respect to Hua Yuyi and said, thank you for personally coming to inform us and for clearly stating your position. This helps us come up with more appropriate countermeasures. Hua Yuyi replied, this matter is not yet at a critical point. Although the East region has issued a warrant for Yiwu, the other major powers have not yet prioritized the level of danger he represents. After all, since the safe zone was established over 100 years ago, many talents have emerged. But most have either been defeated by the East region or killed. For them, this kind of thing has become too familiar. I stand by your side for two reasons. Firstly, to return a favor to you. Although my opposing vote had no practical effect, it at least clearly shows my stance towards you. Secondly, consider it an investment. If you can indeed defeat the East region and cause the other major powers to collapse, then I will greatly benefit. She said, of course, if your abilities are insufficient and you end up being defeated by the East region, I won't suffer any losses. I will only assist you under the condition of not revealing my identity. Ultimately, whether you succeed or not depends on you. I only hope you understand that my nature is that of a merchant, always pursuing the greatest profit. Yi Wu looked towards Hua Yuyi and replied, this is very normal. I don't resent schemes, and moreover, having an insider at the heart of the enemy's internal structure like you makes my work much more convenient. Hua Yuyi smiled, then I can rest assured. My father truly did not misjudge you. At this moment, Emochi suddenly spoke up, wait, Yi Wu. Are you really planning to confront the East region? I don't mean to belittle you, but the internal strength of the East region is definitely not as simple as you think. Not to mention, their hundreds of years of entrepreneurial history is built on cunning and ruthlessness. Just their abundant capital and advanced technology make it difficult for other major powers to compare. You absolutely cannot bring down the East region. Yi Wu calmly looked at Emochi and replied, I never said I wanted to take action immediately. This needs to be arranged and weakened bit by bit over a long time. But right now, the first thing I need to do is accelerate the construction of the super safe zone. Hua Yuyi asked in confusion, super safe zone, really? Yi Wu nodded and continued, my plan for building the super safe zone is roughly like this. Although there are many challenges, I believe it can definitely be accomplished. Hua Yuyi smiled, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such grand plans and ambition. It seems that even if the East region does not actively provoke a conflict with you, sooner or later you will have ideas about that area. Choosing to stand by your side was indeed the right decision. Shueli hugged Yi Wu and happily said, once your second safe zone is completed, I will definitely hold the largest live show there. Yi Wu smiled in response, sure, welcome. Hua Yuyi then took out a card, handed it to Yi Wu, and said, here is a level 3 pass ID for the East region. You can use this when you want to go there. Yi Wu accepted it and replied, thank you, but there's no need. I already have this. Saying that, he pulled out another card from his pocket. Hua Yuyi was taken aback upon seeing it, that is a level 1 ID pass. Only associates like me in the East region have that. Where did you get this? Shueli sadly chimed in, oh. So fast? It's so hard to meet Yi Wu. I still want to. Yi Wu chuckled softly and said nothing more. Yi Wu smiled and explained, to put it simply, I have harmonized the ID of Wu and Shu and Juku, made some modifications to obtain this ID. Before leaving, Hua Yuyi turned back and said with a faint smile, you can even harmonize and upgrade a low-level ID to a high level. Well, I guess I am shallow. Then we will take our leave now. Shueli waved goodbye to Yi Wu and added, you must wait for me to open the live stream of the Deep House. As soon as they left, Hua Yuyi thought to himself, in the past 100 years, countless people have tried to overthrow the East region, but all have inevitably become lost souls. How far can Yi Wu maintain this? Can he create history? It really makes me a bit expectant. In the meeting room, Yi Wu hesitated for a moment before speaking, so the grudge between me and the East region definitely cannot be resolved. As soon as he finished speaking, the room was in an uproar. Everyone began to worry, oh my, is he really going to declare war on the East region so soon? I fear we are not their match. Wan Hao, unlike the crowd, was not afraid at all. He laughed loudly, what is there to fear? If the people from the East region want to come and cause trouble, let them come. Yi Wu's business is my business. Li Xing, sitting beside, agreed, this is indeed a bit difficult to resolve, but we have nothing to fear. Anyway, we will have to go to war sooner or later. Dan Lu, more cautiously, spoke up, while we don't need to avoid combat, everything needs to be calculated carefully. At that moment, Yin Huan interjected. She stood up with her hands on the table, her reaction a bit intense. Yi Wu, the enemy could strike at any time. To ensure safety, it's best to protect you 24 hours a day. As soon as she finished speaking, Wan Hao teased, protect for 24 hours, huh? Are you saying you want to serve him even while he is bathing or sleeping? Your intentions are quite clear. Ha ha. Moreover, with Yi Wu's abilities, does he really need our protection? Realizing that her reaction was a bit excessive, Yin Huan sat down, embarrassed, and said, I spoke out of turn. Jia Wangchuan then slowly spoke up, interrupting the conversation, I don't mean to pour cold water on everyone's spirits. Even though our ranks have increased significantly compared to before, even to the point where we can stand shoulder to shoulder with the top teams in the East region, our overall strength still lags far behind. Now is not the right time to engage in direct combat. Saying this, he turned to Yi Wu and asked, Yi Wu, you don't plan to directly declare war on the East region right now, do you? Just as he thought, Yi Wu replied seriously, now is not the time to declare war. Right now, this is just a personal grudge between me and the East region. They are only targeting me. Today, I called everyone here to inform you. Next, I will expedite the specific plan for building a super safe zone. After speaking, he immediately used a panoramic projector to make it easier for everyone to visualize the terrain of that area. When the scene was displayed, everyone was astonished. The branching tree structure throughout the safe zone looks like a highway network. A highway? Why a highway? Are you really planning to? Not letting everyone doubt for long, Yi Wu quickly explained, there is an ancient saying, to get rich, one must repair the roads. I intend to build a highway system linking the two main safe zones, then from there, smaller branches will spread out to connect all areas inside. This will link the scattered areas and the wild tribes, creating a unified whole. As soon as Yi Wu finished speaking, Mochi immediately stood up and said, Yi Wu, I unconditionally support any decision you make. But if you really want to build a highway, there are some important issues you need to pay attention to. I need to remind you in advance. Mochi analyzed that, first of all, the distance between the two safe zones is too far, and repairing the road would be a major project that requires a lot of effort. Even if we do not spare manpower and financial resources, this is not a project that can be completed in a short time. Next, savage beasts roam the wilderness, and the terrain is complex, and currently, we do not have the conditions to repair the road. Even if we manage to complete the repairs, the road will quickly be destroyed. Maintenance and repairs afterward will face many difficulties. Mochi continued, the biggest difficulty lies in the issue of human nature. The concentrated zones and wild tribes, along with the wandering mercenaries in the wilderness, all fight for themselves and have no good intentions. Moreover, decades ago, the safe zones spent a large sum of money to build a road to the nearest wild disease station. However, the result was that the road was targeted by wild forces and became a target for plundering. In the end, it was left abandoned, and no one thought about repairing it anymore. Upon hearing this, everyone became more worried. He Zunlong immediately asked Lai Jiasi, with the current strength and construction ability of the Han Mo group, can we overcome the technical difficulties in repairing this road? Lai Jiasi furrowed his brow and replied, the act of repairing the road itself is not a technical issue. The real challenge lies in maintenance and post-prevention, as Master Mochi has mentioned. After all, the two safe zones are more than 1,000 kilometers apart. Not to mention the fact that a substantial amount of capital would need to be invested, the bigger question is how much can be recovered. But if Yi Wu has proposed such a plan, I believe he has calculated it thoroughly. At that moment, Yi Wu finally spoke up. He smiled slightly, his voice full of confidence, that's right. Any investment must aim at optimizing the capital recovery ratio. Repairing the road may consume a lot of resources, but the benefits received will be long-lasting. First, once the main highway is repaired, the travel time between the two safe zones, which used to be over 50 hours, will be reduced to just 5 hours. His words left everyone astonished. What? Only 5 hours? The time is shortened by 10 times? If we use high-speed transportation, wouldn't the time be reduced even further? Yi Wu nodded, continuing to affirm, exactly. Only in this way can the two safe zones truly be linked together. As for defense, I divide it into two types, passive defense and active defense. Firstly, I will build defensive towers and fortifications, utilizing self-sustaining energy to ensure passive defense. Active defense will focus on launching proactive strikes, eliminating all wild beast strongholds within the super safe zones and wild dungeons. The goal is to transform the entire wilderness area into territory under our control. Yi Wu hesitated a bit when mentioning the issue of humanity, which he found the most bothersome. He asked, Meidik, how has the situation progressed regarding the scattered forces in the wilderness that I asked you to persuade earlier? On the other side of the screen, Meidik confidently replied, I'm working on it, boss, you can rest assured. Within the scope of the super safe zone you planned, almost all the scattered forces have agreed. Not only have they accepted it, but they are also very supportive. Meidik's words left the entire room in a state of astonishment. In just a few short minutes, everyone transitioned from one surprise to another. Manhwa was the first to speak up. What? They've all agreed? These are the scattered forces in the wilderness that have been around for over 100 years. Mo Chi was equally shocked. He turned to Yi Wu and asked, Did you arrange everything in advance? This is really having it in the palm of your hand, a decisive victory from thousands of miles away, right? Before Yi Wu could respond, He Zunlong spoke up, No one has managed to unify the wilderness around the safe zone for over 100 years. Yi Wu, you truly never cease to amaze me. Yin Huan couldn't hide her admiration either. She clasped her hands gently and said, Yi Wu, you really are very reliable. Manhwa, noticing Yin Huan's reaction, seized the opportunity to tease, Look at that, the proud tone is no different from complimenting her man. Unexpectedly, his words infuriated Yin Huan. She reddened her eyes, rushed over, and struck him hard in the face, then plaintively said, What nonsense are you talking about? Manhwa quickly admitted his mistake, I was wrong. At that moment, Meidik hesitantly spoke up from across the room, Boss, actually there's a small issue. There is a force that has always refused to negotiate with me, that is the Chaos Abyss. His statement left everyone stunned, the Chaos Abyss? That is not a small issue. Jia Wangchuan beside him, unfazed, explained, the Chaos Abyss is the second largest power in the southwest wasteland, only behind Wuji. They have a large number of people but lack discipline, all are brutal and violent individuals. Meidik continued, That's right, it is them. I have received very important intelligence, the Chaos Abyss is secretly mobilizing, preparing to attack Infinity City. No, more precisely, the second safe zone in the southwest is under construction. Hearing this, Yi Wu said seriously, Is that so? I understand. You've worked hard during this time. You've given me a very big surprise, and I won't treat you poorly. As for the Chaos Abyss, they don't want to cooperate with me? Forget it. To show my sincerity, I will personally go greet them. At the Chaos Abyss, the atmosphere was extremely chaotic. A leader stood among his subordinates, raised his wineglass, and laughed loudly, Ha! Now the defenses of Infinity City are empty. Our opportunity has come. As long as we take down Infinity City, everything inside will belong to us. Brothers, drink up. Drink heartily to have strength for the siege. Drink wildly so that after breaking the city, we can attack fiercely. Ha ha. Steal money, steal land, steal women. We must seize Infinity City. Suddenly, he stopped, staring into the distance and murmuring, Huh. Am I seeing things from drinking too much? Why does it seem that something is approaching from afar? He turned to his subordinate and shouted, Damn it, you with the spyglass, quickly take a look. The subordinate hurriedly raised the spyglass, looked closely for a while, then said, "Boss, I'm looking now." It seems like the people of Yi Wu. He was startled and exclaimed, "These guys want to die? Do they dare to intrude into our territory?" In the conference room, the atmosphere became tense. A subordinate stood up and reported, "Our scouts have investigated thoroughly. Infinity City is currently being rebuilt, but the person in charge is just a young girl. Now is the time when the city's defenses are weakest." Another person spoke up, looking worried, "But Infinity City has been taken over by the Han-mo group. If we attack, won't we incur their wrath?" Everyone went silent for a moment, then the leader laughed loudly again, "Ha! What about Han-mo? We do it quickly and efficiently, take Infinity City, and then disappear. By then, who will be able to find us?" One of the others immediately mocked, "Look at you, why are you afraid? Taking Infinity City definitely brings more benefits than harm. Previously, Han-mo fought with Hon Chin and got injured, now is our opportunity." At this moment, the leader Hassan was sitting above, pondering over them. Around him, there were quite a few girls serving him. One girl with purple hair accidentally spilled water from the cup. Seeing that, she quickly knelt down, stammering, I'm sorry, leader. I didn't mean to. I beg you to forgive me. I will clean it up immediately." Hassan did not show any anger. He just leaned down, reaching out to caress her frightened face. "No need, it's fine," he said softly. Hearing that, the girl raised her head, her voice trembling, "El leader." Before she could finish her sentence, Hassan forcefully twisted her neck, "You can go die. A useless thing like you can't even do a little thing right, so there's no value in living anymore." After saying that, he mercilessly tossed her body aside, then crossed his legs and ordered, "Listen carefully. I want to take Infinity City at all costs. As long as we quickly occupy it and establish defenses immediately, then Han-mo won't be able to react in time. After all, I am closer to Infinity City." After hearing the story, Hassan scoffed and let out a snort, "Medik? You dare to convince me with someone named Ji Woo? How ridiculous. The fact that I didn't kill him on the spot is already showing him respect. And Yi Woo? If he has the guts to come here and force me to submit, I will kill him and feed him to the dogs." One of the subordinates nearby spoke up to remind him, "Leader, it is said that Yi Woo personally took care of Wu Ji." Upon hearing this, Hassan laughed loudly, filled with mockery, "You guys use your heads to think about it, how could this be possible? He could take down Wu Ji by himself? He is just a pawn that Han-mo put out as a shield. I say it plainly, if Yi Woo dares to show up in front of me, he won't live for even a second." No sooner had he finished speaking than the room suddenly shook violently. The subordinates looked around in panic, unable to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside, their face pale, "Leader. Not good, we're being attacked." Hassan slammed his fist on the table in anger and roared, "Damn it! Such audacity to dare attack us? Our team has more than 3,000 men, what scale does the enemy have to dare do this?" The atmosphere in the room became more tense than ever, all eyes turned to Hassan, waiting for his command. The man stuttered in answer, 77 people. The opposing side only has 7. Hearing this, Hassan let out a loud laugh, "Huh? What kind of brain-dead idiots are these? Damn it, only 7 people and they dare to challenge thousands? Have we clarified the background of these 7 fools yet?" The man looked up and said honestly, "There's a person named Ji Woo. He leads the Mo team of the Han-mo group." Upon hearing this, Hassan no longer had the mocking expression he had before. He was astonished and repeated, "Yi Woo? The Mo team?" After saying this, he immediately stepped outside, muttering as he walked, "Damn it, Han-mo dares to strike at me first. Could it be that they already know about my plan?" Hassan stood still, observing the situation below. Seeing the chaos, he clenched his teeth in anger, thinking, "It really is the Mo team. I dared to attack Infinity City because Hanmo is far enough away. By the time they reacted, I would have seized the initiative. I never expected they would take the initiative to come here now. My plan is ruined. Damn it! Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed. Hassan's subordinates began to panic. Those kids over there only have 7 people. Even if we die, we must drag them down with us. Someone shouted in fear, even if they only have 7 people, they are the Song team. We can't win, run quickly. But they had not yet had a chance to flee when Wanhao charged in. Don't! You scoundrels! Didn't you say you wanted to attack Infinity City? Is this all the skill and spirit you have? Inhuan praised Yiwu while fighting. The opposing team's morale has completely collapsed. Yiwu's strategy is truly perfect. Meanwhile, the others outside are working together to create a barrier. Their strength is actually not weak. If they truly decide to attack, these people will pose a huge problem for us. One person spoke up. This is exactly Yiwu's strategy. He strikes right at the strongest point, causing the enemy to completely fall apart. I didn't expect that kid to have grown to this extent. Elsewhere, Jia Wangchuan was fighting alone, wielding his sword skillfully. In his heart, he admired Yiwu. Not only has Yiwu matured, but he is also completely different from before. At this moment, Hassan stood high above, witnessing everything. He watched as his subordinates fell one by one inside. My people have lost all fighting spirit from this unexpected assault. I need to find a way to make them wake up. I do not wish for them to defeat Emotsung's team, I just hope they can hold them off long enough for me to escape. Hassan shouted to encourage his subordinates below. Don't be afraid, kids. They are very powerful, but we are more numerous. If we can kill them today, not only Infinity City, but the entire safe zone of the West region will belong to us. Thinking of the countless riches that the Han Mo Corporation holds, and imagining Miss Mo's delighted face, Hassan became even more excited. All of that will be yours. His words immediately had an effect. As soon as the subordinates heard it, they were filled with fervor. That's right. The Emotsong battle team is the last trump card of Han Mo. As long as we kill them, Han Mo will be finished. Another one chimed in. The leader is right. For the money, the land, and the women, we'll risk it all. Hee, I also want to enjoy the debauched life of the upper class. Damn it, let's go all out, kill, kill, kill. Having achieved his goal of rousing his subordinates, Hassan quickly turned to flee. He smugly thought to himself, mission accomplished, now just run. But just as he turned around, Yiwu's voice rang out behind him. Where do you think you're going? Hearing the unfamiliar voice, Hassan turned back, horrified to see Yiwu had approached without him noticing. Seeing Hassan's silence, Yiwu coldly continued, earlier, I heard you say I wouldn't live more than a second in front of you. Now I'll begin counting down the time. As soon as he finished speaking, Hassan was even more astonished. He couldn't believe it and asked again, Are you Yiwu? Saying that, he drew his sword and charged at Yiwu, growling, What are you being so arrogant about? I didn't fight Hanemo. Does that mean I am afraid to fight you? Go die. The confrontation quickly caused a huge commotion. The followers below were terrified, looking up and wondering, what's wrong with the leader? Why is it exploding up there? Just moments later, Hassan's head was thrown down by Yiwu. This scene shocked the followers, who immediately fell into panic. It's over. The leader is dead. Why are we still fighting? Run, run quickly. Seeing them hurry to flee, Wanhao turned to ask Jia Wangchuan, Captain, should we chase them? Jia Wangchuan decisively replied, no need. Just a bunch of trash. However, the matter did not end there. The group, like headless chickens, had not run far when suddenly, numerous lightning bolts struck down to block their way. In horror, they looked up and saw the Valkyrie Marilyn standing high above. She coldly declared, in the name of Yiwu, let no one survive. Upon finishing her words, Marilyn immediately lunged down, her hands continuously attacking. The group of people died without having a chance to utter a final word. Continuous vibrations echoed from a quiet corner. Jia Wangchuan asked Yi Wu, "Do you need to kill them all?" Yi Wu did not look at him, arms crossed, replied, "Of course. These people are extremely evil. In the wilderness, they harm others. But now, in the super safe zone, I absolutely will not allow such people to exist. The previous rules have come to a time for change." On the other side, Yin Huan rescued the girls, gently saying, "Now you are safe, free. From now on, no one will dare to bully you anymore." Jia Wangchuan pondered for a moment before speaking. "You have changed. You have become ambitious and want to seize everything." Yi Wu chuckled softly. "Are you afraid that my control will surpass Han Mo?" Hearing that, Jia Wangchuan replied seriously, "No. I fear you forget your original intent. If that day comes, I will use my sword to remind you of who you are." Yi Wu extended his hand, intending to shake hands with Jia Wangchuan, then said, "If that day truly comes, please do not be polite. Do not hold back." At that moment, Jia Wangchuan also reached out and took Yi Wu's hand. "Don't worry, when the time comes, I will definitely use my strongest move." "A promise is a promise," Yi Wu replied, his gaze resolute. At the main entrance of Zone 9, Southwest Safe Zone, a group of people had gathered in front of the gate, looking at each other and chattering excitedly. Why were all the people from the 9 zones suddenly summoned here? What on earth has happened? One person questioned. There has never been such a large-scale gathering before. It must be something serious, another person chimed in. Could it be that a disaster is about to happen? A worried voice rang out. On the large screen above, images of beast-like creatures tearing at each other, struggling for survival against humans, flashed clearly. The brutal scenes made everyone feel tense. In the center of the stands, a man dressed in an elegant black suit, his demeanor serious, was none other than Tan Han Mo. He stood tall, scanning the crowd before speaking. His voice rang out loud and clear. 100 years ago, our predecessors endured countless struggles and sacrifices to establish the Southwest Safe Zone. To this day, this place has continuously protected us and provided safety. But the past is the past. Times are constantly evolving, and the safe zone must evolve as well. As his voice fell, everyone listened intently, their eyes filled with curiosity and anxiety. The stern face of the man appeared before everyone. His words echoed, causing the group to be bewildered. Under the leadership of Han Mo Corporation, while the lives of everyone may be stable, new problems have also arisen. He said, the population is increasing rapidly, causing the limited resources of the safe zone to be unable to meet the survival needs of everyone. Therefore, we cannot continue to confine ourselves within high walls. We must bravely step outside. He confidently raised his voice. Now is the time for us to unite once again, just as our ancestors did, to venture out of the safe zone, expand our territory, and welcome a brighter future. We must build a super safe area, magnificent on the wasteland, so that all people can live a more stable and prosperous life. Below, the group of people exchanged glances and whispered among themselves, "What is a super safe area? I have never heard of it before. But do we, the common folk, really have the capability to step outside the safe zone?" Indeed, even if we desire to expand our territory, the wasteland is filled with monstrous creatures. Venturing out would be akin to delivering ourselves to death. Seeing the anxiety clearly displayed on everyone's faces along with the various expressions, he calmly said, "Please don't worry, I do not require everyone to go out and fight. Our Han Mo Corporation has partnered with major corporations in the safe zone to build new outposts and businesses in the wilderness. The first thing everyone needs to do is just to participate in the construction. This will be a new beginning, where everyone has a job and everyone has food to eat." Hearing him speak, everyone began to murmur, their eyes filled with skepticism and hope. One person voiced, "That's right, since the Han Mo Corporation took control, even those without jobs have received supplies each month to live comfortably. This, in the past, was something we didn't dare to dream of. But no one wants to rely on this forever. I also want to live a better, more prosperous life. The problem is there are too few jobs before, and now there is an opportunity. But the wilderness is full of ferocious beasts, will our safety be guaranteed? I still think it would be better to stay in the safe zone. Living is still better than risking our lives out there. He listened to their discussions and then spoke firmly. I believe everyone still remembers that our safe zone has faced the threat of beasts invading many times. But those who have dealt with these dangers are not the Han-Mo Corporation, but a hero whose identity has never been publicly revealed to everyone. He continued, he has repeatedly rescued the safe zone in times of crisis. At the same time, he will also lead us into a new era. He immediately turned his hand toward Yiwu, proudly introducing, the name of this hero is Yiwu. Everyone should remember this name, as it will surely be inscribed in the annals of the entire southwestern safe zone, not only in the present but also in the history of the post-Earth era. Upon seeing Yiwu, they became even more confused and skeptical, saying, I've heard of this character before, but I never expected him to be so young. Isn't he the son of my classmate? Just look at such a talented child. Throughout history, heroes have often been youths. But can such a young child truly possess such great capabilities? While they were still in a daze, trying to process all the information, the large door suddenly began to open gradually. Everyone collectively gasped and stared. What? The large door of the safe zone is opening? I have lived over 40 years and have never seen it open. What's so special about this? I've lived for more than 80 years and have never seen this big door open before. Today really broadens my horizons. Yiwu simply smiled confidently, snapped his fingers, and looked at everyone. He said, next, the real show is about to begin. Upon finishing his words, the loudspeaker above echoed with sound. These drones along with the defense system declared, Could this only be a dream? But no, the images before our eyes are not illusions but the actual results of the changes brought about by Yiwu. Thanks to his technology, our grand goals can finally be achieved. Everyone, let us courageously move forward on the path of light that Yiwu has opened for us. Let us together reach for a beautiful future. Hearing this, the group joyfully jumped up. Indeed, this is a phenomenon never seen in 100 years. The future that we once dared to only dream of is now so close. Finally, this day has come. Even as ordinary people, we can create our own future. Long live Southwest Safe Zone. Long live Han-Mo Corporation. Long live Yiwu. Han-Mo turned to Yiwu, nervously asking, I have followed your instructions, and everything that needed to be done has been done. But will the final result truly be as you predicted? Can we unite everyone? After all, the human heart is the most unpredictable thing. Upon hearing this, Yiwu smiled and replied, the human heart is indeed unpredictable, but desire is very easy to grasp. His gaze was full of confidence as he said, live on to make money, to want a better life. The specific desires of each person may differ, but everything still revolves around these things. In this world, talking about ideals is of no use. What we need to do is satisfy human desires, and from there unite everyone to build a super safe zone that aligns with common interests. He kept gazing at the distant sky, unaware that, at some point, Emoko and I had stood behind him with a flushed face, shyly staring at him. The special aura, full of ambition and leadership charm of Yiwu had now matured to the point of making others admire him, hadn't it? In the wilderness, a wild beast looked towards the city being built and angrily said, what dares to make such a commotion in my territory? Let's see if I can crush it. But before the beast could take any action, it was immediately shot down by a tank in front, leaving no chance. At the Msila village, a man stood with his back turned, gazing at the situation below, then said, all right, as long as this road is repaired, it can effectively connect with other concentrated areas. Finally, we can welcome a better life. He looked at the person beside him and said in a deep voice, truly, Yiwu is impressive. To be able to create such a magnificent act. But thinking carefully, who besides him could achieve this level? He shook his head slightly and sighed, the younger generation is worthy of respect, the younger generation is worthy of respect. It's just a pity that my foolish precious daughter. I told her before that rice cooks into a meal, but she wouldn't listen. Now, well, there's no chance for her to catch up with others anymore. The woman beside him chuckled softly and said, "You should stop worrying, elder. The women around Yiwu must be lining up. I'm afraid there's no more room for your daughter." Elsewhere, at the Breaking Bad club, a girl with purple hair stood high and respectfully said to the person in front of her, "President, to be honest, I didn't expect you to agree to Yiwu's request." The man in front frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, "Doesn't that mean we can no longer continue making those banned drugs? What will happen to our business?" Hearing this, the girl smirked slightly, her eyes filled with calculation. In business, the most important thing is to have vision and be able to predict. The changes brought about by Yiwu cannot be stopped anymore. We can't stand aside, we can only embrace this change. She paused for a moment and continued, "Perhaps, our change should start with changing to a harmless name." At the southwest safe zone, Yiwu stood high up, gazing at the scenery below. He pondered to himself, "I never expected that I would end up doing things like this. At first, I just wanted to become strong enough to protect everyone, and that was enough. But I didn't expect that in the end, I would follow the path that the principal had once hoped for." He frowned, stroking his chin in thought, perhaps this is exactly the meaning of inheritance that the principal once spoke of. When he handed the Mu Wei map to me, he mentioned exploring the inheritance to pave the way for humanity's future. But where will this inheritance lead me? Among the 6 kings, does the Fate King's mission include the king of humanity? As he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly interrupted his train of thought. "There's a female captain requesting to speak with you." Upon hearing this, Yiwu picked up the call. Seeing Shuehi looking awkwardly through the screen, he anxiously asked, "Why do you look so exhausted?" "I told you to help Nana rebuild Infinity City." "What happened?" Shuehi weakly replied, "Master. Nana." "No, it's the queen mechanic from another world. She has betrayed us." Upon receiving the information, Yiwu immediately sped up. On the way, he carefully thought, out of nowhere, why did Nana suddenly betray us? Has her rebellious phase come without any signs? Recalling the captain's words from earlier, he became even more confused. "Master, young lady Nana has betrayed us. The control of the defense system of Infinity City has been forcibly seized by her. Even the control of our bodies is about to fall into her hands. Master, please hurry here, you must be quick." Yiwu pondered. Earlier, the captain didn't have time to explain clearly before the call was abruptly cut off. "Nana, what are you doing?" Yiwu accelerated the ship, racing forward. This is a critical time to establish the super secure zone. There must absolutely be no mistakes. As he approached the southwest safe zone, gate number 2, an alarm immediately sounded. "Warning. Warning. Detected that safe zone number 2 is under attack by the enemy. Activate the anti-air defense system." Yiwu was startled to see thousands of heavy missiles aimed straight at him. He suddenly realized, the control of the defense of Infinity City has truly been seized, and they even see me as an attacking enemy. He quickly used his rolling tube skills to avoid each fierce attack, but I must admit, the anti-aircraft firepower is getting better and better, which pleases me. It seems they have invested quite a bit of effort. After saying that, he immediately released the distraction ammunition. The system's voice resonated, approaching the enemy. Activating level 2 anti-aircraft firepower. The deeper he moved in, the stronger the attacks became. He smirked, very good, very good. This firepower will surely deal a crushing blow to the flybeast." However, when the waves of attacks targeted the ship, he immediately jumped out of it. The MOC account transfer system crazily processed. Calmly, he spread his wings and dove straight in. Nana stood nearby, seemingly confused about the target. As they entered the second safe zone in the southwest, Yiwu looked around and remarked, "Even inside the safe zone, it's built so thoroughly?" Despite the influence of Nana's personal aesthetics with mechanical elements dominating, it cannot be denied that this work is genuinely well done. As he landed, the system once again announced in a mechanical voice, "The enemy has infiltrated the safe zone." He said, "Ground defense units have been ordered to execute." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of female robots appeared in front of him. The female robots gazed at him with murderous intent, identifying the first target, Yiwu. Looking at the modified female robots before him, he thought, have the other female robots been completely controlled by Nana? Their level seems to have increased significantly compared to before. Without thinking much, they immediately charged towards him. Kill him immediately. Seeing them, he coldly commanded, just in time, let the master test whether you have truly become stronger. Having transformed into the Red Emperor Dark Flame form, as soon as he finished speaking, his whole body turned a dark purple. The group of female robots targeted him and launched their attacks. He dodged their strikes while complimenting them. Very good, your strength has definitely improved since I entrusted you to Nana. It seems Nana is carrying out the task I assigned perfectly. His expression darkened. So what exactly happened that made Nana obey and take her duties seriously, only to suddenly betray? He quickly switched to the MOC account and madly used mechanical control powers to make them topple to the ground. Looking at them, he said, you all take a little nap, I will handle the next matter. The system immediately appeared before Yiwu and said, Master, I have detected signals similar to those of the female slave captain in the birthing room beneath the ground. It seems their captain has not yet been completely controlled. He looked at the system and nodded, go meet her right away. If we want to clarify what happened to Nana, we can only rely on her. In the safe zone, in the underground laboratory, as Yiwu stepped in, he saw the female slave captain standing there. Her voice rang out, but not from her mouth, rather from the communication device inside. Master, the transformation from young lady Nana to me is almost complete. Right now, I cannot speak on my own anymore, I can only communicate through this device. I tried to run out to find someone, but I was captured again. Please do not let my conversion powers go to waste. I am worried that the important images I have tried to save will be deleted. She looked weakly at him, her eyes full of pleading. Master, while I am not yet fully transformed, please use your powers to read all the images that I have saved. They will help you uncover the truth.